Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you that are just now joining, appreciate you for joining us. We still have a little bit of time. I got 7:42 on my clock. I'm going to mute, shut off my video, and then we'll pop back up right at 8 a.m. so we can kick off the meeting in a timely manner. I'll be here, though, if you have any questions. I think you can reach me in the chat, or otherwise, maybe raise your hand. Thanks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Voloshin. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State for Elections. Thank you for joining me today. Are you all able to hear me all right? Excellent. I'm seeing that there's still a handful of folks that are joining. So I'm gonna drag my feet slightly. We'll kind of identify a couple things first. If you do have any questions at all, please let me know in the chat. I see one, Mr. Beadless. Again, thank you, by the way, for submitting your comments. I did review those. Your question about where do we sign up for public comments? You're there, frankly. As we move forward in this process, as we get to each part in the agenda where we talk about the public comment relating to each regulation, I'll simply state that this time we're talking about regulation that's the LCB file number blank. And then I'll read over the legislative digest, and then we'll talk about, then I'll say at this time, is there anybody interested in providing public comment on this specific regulation? And at that time, if you would, if you look down in the reactions at the bottom on the bar there, if you click that, there's an icon that you can click that says raise hand, and then a little hand pops up similar to how it just did in mine. If you raise your hand, I will call you, and then we'll kind of progress through. If it's a regulation that you're not interested in providing feedback on, again, simply leave your hand down. If the buttons are kind of a pain, like this also works well. If you want to raise your hand, that's good as well. Can we submit written public comment for tomorrow, or is all written public comment now closed? No, I very much encourage and request humbly that you submit continued public comment. If you're unable to provide comment today, or if there's additional information that you would like to provide, please do so. We'll accept public comment as it relates to these regulations all the way up through the adoption hearings. So while the intent was to have it before today, so that way we could discuss it. We did receive, looks like I got 62 about last night, and then another 40 or so today. So about 100 individuals submitted written public comment leading up to today. The information I got last night, as of about 7 p.m., I was able to review and read over. For everything else, I'm going to read over it really today and tomorrow as we kind of lead into the rest of these workshops. But one way or the other, I'm going to absolutely read over and consider the information provided. So yes, bottom line, please submit written comments if you have anything additional, or even it comes out from today. Okay, a handful more individuals joined. Perfect. Like I said, as I think I still see a couple of folks trying to connect. We'll give everybody a few more minutes. All right, while we're waiting on these last handful of individuals to join, one or two more questions, then we'll start the meeting. I see Mr. Oscar asked, how long will the workshop last? Well, frankly, it depends on how everything goes today. We've got 12 regulations to discuss. We'll have a public comment not relating to items on the agenda before and after everything. Again, all of the individuals that we've received written comments from, we'll read their names off. There's also, again, an additional 45 or so names that we have in the email inbox that I came to this morning that I have not yet had a chance to review. I'll incorporate those into the following workshops tomorrow and the day after, though, to make sure that, again, we address and consider the information contained therein. But ultimately, again, the goal here is to get public comment. The goal is not to expedite the process and to go through a quick workshop. So to answer your question directly, Oscar, I don't know. I'm hopeful that we get some good discussion and have some solid feedback about the regulations. That's truly the intent. But ultimately, this is it's not time dependent, it's event driven. So I do appreciate the question, though. And I appreciate that comment, and I'll be sure to pass it on to the staff. They've worked exceptionally hard on these regulations. Okay, I've got 8:05 now, so Good morning. I am calling this hearing to order at 8:05 a.m. For the record, I am Mark Voloshin, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections, and I will be conducting this regulations workshop today. Before we begin, I want to note that late last night we identified an error in the agenda. Therefore, we're going to schedule an additional workshop as well, and we'll also reschedule the adoption hearing. This is the public workshop for the Secretary of State Elections Division, proposed regulations with the LCB file numbers R087-21P, R088-21P, R089-21P, R090-21P, R091-21P, R092-21P, R093-21P, R094-21P, R095-21P, R096-21P, R097-21P, and R098-21P. The text of all proposed regulations has been provided. The notice of workshop to solicit comments on proposed regulations was noticed at all required locations on December 22nd of 2021. Each of these documents is hereby submitted into the record. As of last night at 7 p.m., the Secretary of State has received written public comment from multiple organizations and approximately 62 individuals last night, and it looks like about an additional 45 today. The written public comment received by the Secretary of State's office is hereby submitted into the record. For clarity's sake and to ensure that everybody is aware of the individuals that we have received written comment from, I would like to quickly read off the list of those names of these individuals so that they're in the record, one, and that two, that way if it's you and you're curious if your information has been received or read, at least please keep in mind that this was the information received as of 7 p.m. last night. So first, organizations, we received written comment from the RNC, from the NVGOP, as individuals, from Dr. McKelney, from Dr. Mecca, from Mr. Beatty, Mr. Beadless, Mr. Bodson, Mr. Bracklesberg, Mr. Broomhead, Mr. Carmody, Mr. Forbes, Mr. Goodman, Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Lang, Ms. Lillybridge, Mr. Lithgow, Mr. Logia, Mr. Myers, Mr. Nickley, Mr. Pearson, Mr. Prolina, Mr. Smith, Mr. D. St. Jean, Mr. Sweeter, Mr. Wilner, Mrs. Pearson, Miss Aguilar, Miss Arnona, Miss Brock, Miss Dickinson, Miss Strouds, Miss Gray, Miss Ireland, Miss Jensen, Miss Keyser, Miss Krivikas, Miss Logia, Miss Luce, Miss Martin, Miss Monterez, Miss Moser Morris, Miss Nugent, Miss Peterson, Miss Pura, Miss Reyes, Miss Smith, Miss Steele, Miss Stenheim, Miss Sullivan, Miss Sweeter, Miss Thompson, Miss Tibbet, Miss Turner, and Miss Urikatari. I apologize if I butchered any of those names. Agenda item 2, public comment on matters other than previously listed in the previously listed LCB file numbers. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes per person. At this time, and again, just to reiterate the plan, if you are interested in providing public comment, there's 2 ways you can do it. Physically hold your hand up so I can see it. Otherwise, down on the bottom, if you look at the little reactions button and click it once, there's a symbol there, an icon that says raise hand. If you click that, you'll notice in my picture, a hand pops up. That will be an indication that you're interested in providing public comment on this agenda item. We are going to go through the regulations sequentially. But again, first, this agenda item is going to be on a public comment on matters other than the previously listed LCB file numbers that are agendized for today. Comments will be limited, as I said, to 2 minutes per person. At this time, is there anybody interested in providing public comment on a matter not on the agenda? And all right, I will start with Ms. Tracy. I'll ask you to unmute if possible, please. Perfect.
Good morning. The first statement of each proposal affirms NRS 293.124 in that this agency is responsible for the execution and enforcement of the provisions of the Title 24 of NRS and all other provisions of state and federal law relating to elections in this state. The responsibility to enforce every part of the regulations is further acknowledged in item 6 of each proposed regulation. It cannot choose to enforce some and not others. As such, any and all references to person must be corrected to citizen, as is directed by Title 52 of the United States Code, Section 10101, Item 1, all citizens of the United States, and NRS 293.485, the qualifications to vote, citizenship. Item 1, every citizen of the United States. Any person cannot participate in our election system. Only citizens are legally allowed. This is further supported by being the very first question on the application of voter registration. In light of events happening in other states and at our southern border, it is imperative that no window of opportunity be provided to risk misinterpretation or manipulation of these regulations. The Deputy Secretary of Elections stated on April 13, 2021 at a Washoe County Commissioner meeting that this agency is not currently verifying citizenship of applicants registering to vote. This would imply that this agency is conscientiously neglecting to enforce the qualifications to vote defined and regulated in NRS 293.485, as well as NAC 293.270, which states in item 3 that a county clerk shall count a provisional ballot if the clerk determines that all the requirements are satisfied by the date of the election. As item 6 also addresses, enforcement of this regulation would involve a cost, i.e. adding a citizenship field to a Nevada driver's license, increased labor for verifying birth records provided on the applications of voter registration. However, continuing to neglect your responsibility would be more costly. I implore you to address this immediately in this round of regulations, so we do not have to resolve it in court. You have the duty and legal liability to the legal voters and
Ma'am, that's 2
citizens
minutes.
of
I'm
this
sorry.
state. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beedless, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, good morning. Robert Beatles, Washoe GOP Central Committee Election Integrity Chair and Precinct Captain. My team and I sent you carefully crafted recommendations yesterday, I think around 3:25 p.m. Please ensure that they're added here for everybody to see and that action is taken. According to the Heritage Foundation, we have the worst election integrity in all 50 states. We're number 50. Yeah, that's really bad. But what's being done here, I think, makes it even worse if that's possible. The legislature makes laws, not appointed boards or committees or commissions or changing the regulations or wording. It's in fact creating laws. You state that it'll be up to the legislative commission, but what is that? Who's on this legislative commission that's going to determine all this stuff? You quote the NRS 293.124 and NRS 293.247 saying it gives the Secretary of State the power to do this. But I and our lawyers, we certainly don't interpret it that way. This appears to be a ploy to circumvent the rule of law and create law through committees, not legislation. These hearings, these workshops that you call them, also disenfranchise voters. It does not offer equal opportunity to attend as it's via the web. Some voters are without computers, Wi-Fi, internet, all that kind of stuff, and they're being disenfranchised. Bottom line, we have a failed election system. If we can't audit the source code to the machines and we can't audit the physical ballots, we have a sham of an election system that must be torn down and built back up like our petition states. The crazy part is these machines are certified by the Gaming Commission, the same people who certify the slot machines in the casinos. My team and I have created a petition. It's on operationsunlight.com for Washoe County and Nevada. It explains exactly what's needed to fix our election system. If these county commissioners and Secretary of State do not immediately follow its instructions on how to create a free and fair election system, it's going to be abundantly clear to everybody that they're okay with the fraud-filled, broken, Stalin-esque election type system. Our voter rolls are trash. Ballot boxes must go. Machines must go. We need same-day voting. All precincts count, report, and certify their own ballots, and so much more. It's all in the petition. It fixes the election system mess. What we're doing here today only destroys it beyond recognition. I want to believe that you're not trying to steal our elections. I want to believe
it's 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
All right, well, there's a blueprint there. Follow it.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, is there any other comment, public comment for individuals that are interested in commenting on something not on the agenda for today? A couple more. Yes, sir. Mr. Oscar, please, if you would unmute yourself and your 2 minutes will begin.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I am Oscar Williams from Reno. I'm happy to attend. Thank you for having this workshop. I'm a little late to the discussion. I didn't realize that this had been going on for some time, the development of the election committee. And you mentioned in an email that this had been like a year of development. And I apologize because I'm an associate of Mr. Robert Beatles, and I helped author his comments, which are rather detailed. And so there's so many minutiae to it. I'm not going to really talk about anything other than one issue, because it's all in what Mr. Beatles has submitted to you, and then that's in collaboration. There will be more coming tomorrow and the next day. I guess my concern is you use some assembly bills as predicate for either terminology or for policy, and apply it to the reg changes that are before the workshop. I'm kind of uncomfortable with that. I mean, you know, maybe we'll get another bill in and we can use that to an election integrity bill. We'll get some sponsors and we'll get a bill in the legislature and we'll use that to change all the election laws, because that's exactly what you're doing here. I got a problem with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you. I just want to point out to everybody that's here and to you, sir, that we have states that have universal mail-in balloting. That is the only way they conduct their elections. A couple of those states, Colorado and Utah, they constantly claim that they have absolutely no problem with voter fraud with their all mail-in balloting. Well, sir, I've submit to you that there's not a problem if everybody votes the way that you want them to vote. For instance, Colorado is a heavily blue state controlled by Democrats. How many Republicans are elected to office in the state of Colorado? Utah, on the other hand, is a red state. How many Democrats are ever elected to office in the state of Utah? This universal mail-in balloting garbage, I have no better word for it, is rife with fraud. There's not a problem if it supports your agenda. The Democrats in Colorado claim they have absolutely no issues with their universal mail-in balloting. By the same token, the Republicans in Utah claim that there's absolutely no problem with their universal mail-in balloting. Well, if you're in a red state, of course you're not going to find any problems as long as your Republicans are getting elected. In a blue state, the same thing is true. And by the way, I would like you to know that I am the current chairman of the Washoe County Republican Party. So if we're going to have a fair and honest election system, let's make an effort to make it fair and honest. That's what we're interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks, for your comments. At this time, is there anybody else interested in making public comment on an item not on the agenda? Make sure I'm not missing anybody. Okay. Perfect. Now we'll move on to the regulations then. It is noted for the record that the regulations will be addressed one at a time in numerical order. Public comment will be taken in the same order, and public comment on a particular regulation will be closed before moving on to the next regulation. Before public comment is opened on each regulation, I will read into the record a summary of the proposed changes. Okay. And along those lines, and to not belabor the point, we will start with the workshop regarding the proposed amendment R087-21P. Existing law provides that in order for a mail ballot to be counted for any election, the mail ballot must be 1, delivered by hand before the time set for the closing of the polls, or 2, mailed to the county or city clerk as applicable. If a mail ballot is mailed to the county or city clerk, the mail ballot must be 1, postmarked on or before the date of the election, and 2, received by the clerk not later than 5 p.m. on the 4th day following the election. Existing law provides that if a county or city clerk determines when checking the signature used for the mail ballot that 1, the voter failed to affix his or her signature or failed to affix it in the manner required by law, or 2, there is a reasonable question of fact as to whether the signature matches the signature of the voter, the clerk must contact the voter and advise the voter of the procedures to provide the signature or confirmation that the signature used belongs to the voter as applicable. For the mail ballot to be counted, the voter must provide a signature or confirmation as applicable not later than 5 p.m. on the 6th day following the election. This regulation provides that if any such deadline falls on a legal holiday, the deadline is extended until 5 p.m. on the next working day. All right, at this time, I will open public comment specifically regarding LCB file R087-21P. Is there anybody interested in making public comment on R087-21P specifically? Again, if you have comment on something else, again, we're working our way through all 12 of them today. Again, there's no rush. Just want to make sure that we're all on the same page on that regard. Is anybody interested? Please indicate by raising your hand physically or by clicking the raise hand button. Mr. Beatles.
Yeah, so for this, it's confusing. It's not properly written. Obviously, we should just get rid of mail-in ballots, period, except for indefinitely confined and military. But it's really confusing the way it's written. And you also need to make sure that you add registered voter in any primary, special, or city election. Also, the general election should be a state holiday. We shouldn't have voting month, voting week. We should have voting day. So those are my comments to that right there.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you. Yes. The signature verification procedures are not spelled out explicitly enough. We saw numerous, too numerous to count, occasions where signature verification did not in fact occur according to law at the county, not only in the state of Nevada, but across the country. If you look at the results that came in from Maricopa County and the study that was done and issued in that regard, it clearly indicates that it's all subjective. Whoever is counting the votes or is verifying the signatures makes a determination whether the vote counts or not, even if there is no signature on the form at all. That happened. It will happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to clarify, by the way, for everyone's just awareness. I'm taking notes, I'm typing them up as you talk. So if you do see me looking down or looking back up, again, please understand that I'm simply recording for the record the information that you're providing. We are also recording this, like recording the video of it. So again, that we were able to reference it later, or if there's questions that come up down the line. Okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Hammond. I'm sorry. Please unmute yourself and.
It's Hamilton, Danny Hamilton.
Yes, sir.
I had sent in a question about the mail-in voting. And in the case where there appears to be a question about the signature, is there a way for whoever the voter was to find out what was actually on the piece of paper in terms of the vote? I could not verify what my vote was last year.
Thank you for your comment. As this is a workshop, again, the intent is a little bit more discussion based than perhaps you would see at an adoption hearing. So if there are questions relating to some of the regulations or questions like Mr. Hamilton just asked, again, as long as they're related to what the agenda items are, again, so that we're not violating open meeting law and that we're not having discussions about subjects that others maybe want to take part in, I will certainly be able to address those. Mr. Hamilton's question specifically in regards to confirming what was on your ballot when it was cast, that is something that's not possible to verify anywhere in our country, unfortunately, for some people that seem to want that at any rate. Again, once the ballot is separated from the envelope, there's no physical way for us to identify whose ballot was cast. And that's a very deliberate part of the process to ensure security and secrecy of your vote. All right, at this time, is there anybody else interested in making public comment regarding proposed amendment R087-21P? Okay, at this time, I will close public comment on R087-21P. I will now start the workshop regarding the proposed amendment R088-21P, and I will start by reading into the record. Let's see. Okay, R088-21P. Existing law authorizes under certain circumstances a person to cast a provisional ballot if the person registers to vote in person or updates his or her voter registration information as applicable at a polling place. Existing law further authorizes a person to cast a provisional ballot if the person completes a written affirmation and 1, declares that he or she is registered to vote and is eligible to vote in the election in that jurisdiction, but his or her name does not appear on the voter registration list. 2, has registered to vote by mail or computer, has not voted in an election for federal office in the state, and fails to provide identification to an election board officer at the polling place. Or 3, declares that he or she is entitled to vote after the polling place would close as a result of certain court orders. Existing regulations set forth various provisions relating to the latter type of provisional ballot. Sections 1, 6, and 7 of this regulation define the term provisional ballot for purposes of these sections to clarify that the provisions apply only to the latter type of provisional ballot. Existing regulations require the Secretary of State to send each county clerk a written notice designating the offices for which candidates are to be nominated in a primary election, and requires each county clerk to publish the notice in a newspaper in his or her county within 10 days of receipt. Section 2 of this regulation requires the Secretary of State to also 1, send an electronic notice to each county clerk, and 2, post a copy of the notice on the website of the Secretary of State. Section 2 further requires the county clerk to publish the notice on the internet website of the county clerk, and provide that if the county clerk is unable to publish the notice in a newspaper within 10 days due to the publishing deadlines of the newspaper, the county clerk must publish the notice as soon as practicable. Existing regulations set forth the years in which the seats of the offices of Justice of the Supreme Court are to be elected. Section 3 of this regulation updates these years. Sections 4, 5, 14, and 15 of this regulation eliminate obsolete references to an acceptance of candidacy, as that term is no longer used in the Nevada revised statutes. Existing regulations require the county clerk and city clerk to mail at least 5 sample ballots and provide an electronic sample ballot to the Secretary of State. Sections 5 and 16 of this regulation instead require the county and city clerks to provide only an electronic sample ballot to the Secretary of State. Existing regulations require each county clerk to submit to the Secretary of State a voting history for each voter in the county who casts a ballot in an election not later than 45 days after each primary or general election. Section 8 of this regulation instead requires the county clerk to send the voting history not later than 45 days after every election. Existing regulations require certain election complaints to be filed in the office of the Secretary of State in Carson City. Section 9 of this regulation removes the requirement that the complaint be filed in Carson City. Sections 9 to 13 of the regulation update existing citations to the Federal Help America Vote Act of 2002. I do want to comment real fast also, and I realized that I was a little bit negligent in maybe highlighting this up front. As mentioned, these regulation updates, they have taken over 12 months of staff work in close coordination with our county clerks and registrars. But I want to explain in a big picture sense, while we're certainly talking about the nitty-gritty detail of each of these proposed regulations. I would like to touch on why are we doing these in the first place? And there are really 3 overarching goals to achieve that we're intending to achieve by updating these regulations. One, of course, is to modernize them and to recognize that there may be things that have changed over the last couple of decades that are worthy of adjusting the regulations and modernizing them. 2, the intent is to clarify for the clerks and registrars expectations and requirements to eliminate any vagueness or ambiguity. And 3, as always, is to increase public transparency. We want the public to understand how elections are run in Nevada. We're very confident in the security and in these processes, but we also recognize that there's a lot of things that the public just aren't aware that we're required to do, either because of statutes or regulations. And so part of our effort in developing these modified and proposed new regulations is to, again, modernize, address clerk expectations and understandings and some of their concerns as well, but ultimately also to make sure that we're increasing transparency for the public. And that's a common theme, all 3 of those that you'll notice throughout. If there's any questions, again, please let me know on that. Okay, at this time, is there anyone interested in providing public comment on R088-21P? Perfect. Mr. Beatles.
Yeah, just I got a couple of things to comment on this, as well as what you just said. You said that the goal is to bring more transparency. So, I mean, everybody in Nevada knows that we can't audit our ballots. We can't even look at them. We can't audit the source code of the machine. So we have zero trust in the election system. And our founders were very terrified of the legalese perverting, our great Constitution, as well as our amendments and everything else. And that's what we see here is just more attorneys going crazy, just trying to make this stuff less and less transparent. So anyways, with the rationale behind sections 5 and 16, it says that to require the county and city clerks to provide only an electronic sample ballot to the Secretary of State. That's crazy. That right there alone is crazy. Counties shall send an actual physical ballot as well as a high resolution ballot images, not less than 600 DPI. You got to be able to see the actual proof. We need the receipts. We need to see the actual ballots. We need to see the source code of these machines. This stuff is not transparent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beatles. Just to clarify, the sample ballot that they're sending, you think it's, I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding your recommendation. Currently, they send 5 physical copies, 5 times 17, whatever that number is, we get, we store, we hold on to. But in eliminating the need for them to send physical and instead send a high resolution PDF of that exact sample ballot to ensure accuracy, to make sure that we have a template for review, that isn't acceptable. Is that the problem?
I was talking about sections 5 and 16. So where it says to provide only, this is your own words, only an electronic sample ballot to the Secretary of State. The
Right.
county should send actual physical ballots and the high resolution ballot images not less than 600 DPI. So we need to be able to see both. We can't see any of them.
So
Yeah.
everything that this office receives and maintains is public record, almost everything. There's some cybersecurity related documents. So if you're curious as to what the 2016 sample ballot for Elko County looked like, certainly you can ask for it and it's available for review. But I think I understand better your concerns. Mr. Tracy, Miss Tracy, I apologize.
No worries. This is Tracy Thomas for the record.
Oh, thank you.
And I just want to reiterate, any and all references to person must be corrected to citizen. Not any person can submit a provisional ballot. Only citizens can submit a provisional ballot. And this is further supported by the very first question on the application of voter registration. In light of the events happening at our other states and on our southern border, it is imperative that no window of opportunity be provided to risk misinterpretation or manipulation of these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. At this time, is there anybody else interested in making a public comment on R088-21P? Okay, I will pause real fast just to address some of the questions that I see in the chat, just in case they are on this agenda item. Ms. Benson, there was mention of rescheduling the adoption date hearing. A new date was not announced yet. You did not miss it. We will publicly notice that as appropriate as well. If you've signed up for the e-notifier on the Secretary of State's website, that information will be distributed there as well. And I'll make a point to get it to you too. Thank you for asking about that. And then a question about why can't we have access to cybersecurity reports? There's a statute that protects certain documents of a cybersecurity nature. This gets back to the idea, again, not that I'm going to attempt to interpret the statute, but simply to explain it as it was explained to me when I asked a very similar question. I would let you, see a floor plan for my house. I would let you know where my address is at. But I'm not going to, give you the floor plan and directions to the bank vault in my house along with the combination. I wouldn't show necessarily, here are the vulnerabilities and blind spots in my home camera systems, as a matter of public record. By preserving and protecting cybersecurity related information at the state level, it's ensuring, honestly, greater security of our private, personally identifiable information, as well as reducing the risk of foreign or domestic actors exploiting the details to find ways to get at our information or otherwise corrupt our systems. But again, like I said, transparency is extremely important to the Secretary as it is to all of her staff. Certainly, when in doubt, ask, and we will provide up to the max abilities information requested. So please I don't think I'm trying to deter anyone from asking for any information. Not specifically related to that one, maybe, but a good question that's, I would say, close to that regulation in the chat as well. Mrs. Shannon asked, I have a question. If we can't verify our votes, then how are the registrars providing vote history for individual voters? I think that's close enough to the regulation that I can answer that. Specifically, Ms. Shannon, the way it works is that every ballot that is cast is tied to a registered voter, period. The idea of even back in like the 1950s, when people could like manually stuff ballots into a box, that simply is no longer the case here in the United States, simply because, again, a ballot, if it's not tied to a registered voter, does not get cast, period. So when you vote in person, you may remember, again, checking in at the front desk, identifying yourself. When you do that, again, that's how they identify that you as an individual are the one voting. What happens when you're in front of the machine, again, while it's tabulated and captured, is not associated with you as a voter, as an individual. Similarly, the ballot envelope on a mail-in ballot, again, when it was mailed to you, it has a barcode on it. It's tied to the county election management system. That by itself is a process and a thing that I think, frankly, a lot of folks just simply aren't aware it exists. But so your ballot has a barcode that's associated with you. When you vote it and you turn that ballot in, and it goes to the registrar, after they confirm your signature and they separate the ballot from the envelope, again, they mark that you have vote history because they've received and confirmed a ballot with your signature on it. Again, they don't say, well, she voted for this person, as it relates to you. That information is captured and tabulated, but your vote history is something that again, is related to you sending that information in, and the specific barcodes on there. Mr. Williams wants to know about cyber attacks and hacks, malware, anything else relates to these events. That's a little bit off topic. Perhaps, again, when it comes to cybersecurity, we can set up more than willing to set up additional discussions about that. That will eagerly go into as much as I could possibly tell you about our cybersecurity efforts at the state. Multi-layered, very in-depth. I'm sure my IT guys just got nervous somewhere hearing me say that, but the fact matters, anything that's publicly available information, I will absolutely explain to you to help reassure you about the security of our systems. Unfortunately, it's not agendized for today, and I don't want to get my hand slapped for talking about something that's not on the agenda. But I'm eager to discuss that with you and anybody else that's interested after the fact. Okay, I believe we just finished up with, again, regulation R088-21P. Final call, Mr. Beedless.
Oh, I just have my hand up for the next one.
Oh, sorry, okay. One moment then, please. Let me, I'll move to the next one. All right, this time I will close public comment on R08821P and open the workshop on R089-21P. Okay, here we are, R089-21. Okay, Assembly Bill 321 or AB 321 of the 2021 legislative session repealed existing provisions of law governing voting by absent ballot. Consistent with the changes made by AB 321, Section 9 of this regulation repeals obsolete regulations relating to voting by absent ballot. Sections 1 to 8 of this regulation eliminate obsolete language relating to voting by absent ballot. All right, at this time, is there anybody interested in commenting on proposed amendment LCB file number R089-21P? Mr. Beatles.
Yeah, so just on the last part where you were walking us through the mail-in vote, you realize that we're one of the only countries that allow that. All of our, European counterparts, they don't allow mail-ins or any of that kind of stuff because it's riddled with fraud. So everything that you told us sounds great in theory, but we know that it's just not true. But when it comes to this right here, so when you go to section 1.3, we should change it to where it says when it is time to close the in-person voting polls. You guys have some other text in there. Obviously, I don't agree with any of this stuff. I don't think we should be doing it, but if you're going to put it in there, we should at least make it proper. Section 1.5 revised as follows: all ballots and paper records of the VVPATs must be returned by the sheriff and a representative of the county clerk and placed by him or her in a fireproof safe in a secure storage area, designation, and provided and maintained by the county clerk. The sheriff shall maintain a log of time and location of A, the receipt of the ballots and VVPAT paper records, B, the delivery of the same, and C, provide copy of their log to the clerk. Sheriff shall retain the original log for 2 years. Sheriff will make a digital reproduction of the log in 600 DPI resolution and store indefinitely for future public inspection or audit. Same thing with C. You should change it to the sheriff's log shall be countersigned by the poll supervisor at each polling location when transferred ballots and VVPAT paper records from one hand to the next. The sheriff's log shall also be signed by the clerk who takes possession of the ballots and the VVPAT paper records. D should be a new section. It says only the clerk shall have access to the storage area and safe. Should the clerk be unable to perform his or her duties in accepting and storing the ballots and or the VVPAT paper records, the clerk shall give temporary authority to carry out his or her duties to the assistant clerk. Section 3.3, if the voter did not show proof of residence and identify at the time he or she registered to vote, the voter shall be denied a ballot. Section 5.
Mr. Beatles, that's 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
I guess we have many people here that want to talk. All right.
Hey, I'll tell you what, again, you're right. We are making good time. There's, again, still 40 people in the meeting. Ms. Thomas, after Ms. Thomas talks, if there's more time, again, then absolutely I'll allow you to finish. Again, like I said, the goal is to make sure that we are getting feedback. You have provided it in writing too, which I've noted and have reviewed, but certainly open to discussing it here today as well. But in the interest of making sure that everybody has an appropriate amount of time to speak, and while these, the repeal in this one, for example, may not be as contentious, I definitely want to make sure that we establish the ground rules so that we do get to some other regulations that perhaps there's more desired input, that we're still being fair and again, equal across the board. Ms. Thomas, do you have some comments?
Yes, I would just like to reiterate again that any and all references to person to be changed to citizen. Not any person can receive a provisional ballot. Only a citizen shall be receiving a provisional ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beatles.
Section 5, inactive voter is not properly or clearly defined. Applicable NRS 293.530 and 293.540 and 293.541. What is the definition? Section 6.6 should adopt the same changes as stated above in points B, C, and D. So I got.
Thank you. At this time, is there any other desired public comment on Regulation R089-21P? Perfect. Nothing yet. Again, just a reminder for those folks who have joined us since we started, we're going through these sequentially, again, one at a time. We'll start by reading off the, I'll read the description of the proposed regulations. If you're interested in making public comment, really there's 3 ways to identify that. 1, physically raise your hand on the screen. 2, there's down in the reactions button on Zoom. You're able to click a button there. And then the 3rd way, again, just please put it into the chat that you have a desire to make a comment, and I'll call you as well. Mr. Williams, did you have a comment?
Yeah, on Mr. Beatles' question, what is the definition of an inactive voter? I looked through the regs. I kind of was hard pressed to find it.
Absolutely. So I'm frankly really happy that you just asked about that. You'll notice that, let me confirm.
Isn't it usually like you missed 2 elections and then you kicked off the rolls or something, but you still,
Oh,
you're officially not official, right? Or something like that. I need to know.
It's actually a little bit counterintuitive, frankly, and it's a good question that and I appreciate you bringing it up because it's something a lot of folks have a question on. It's really just an active voter is somebody who's registered and has been confirmed at that residence and that address. From that point forward, you don't actually have to vote to continue being an active voter. In fact, we have active voters who haven't voted in some cases, multiple elections. An inactive voter is an individual who the clerk has sent official elections mail to, and that individual has either returned the mail, or maybe another person living at that house has returned it and say, basically the mail has been identified as being undeliverable. That mail comes back to the clerk. That starts a clock per statute. And this is, again, both federal and state law. The clerks send out a notification and address confirmation to the individual, allowing 3 days for delivery plus 30 days for the individual to receive.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with those rules.
And then if that individual doesn't send it back, then they get inactivated. That's all it comes down to. And it's interesting because a lot of folks either falsely equate inactivated with canceled, or they'll say, well, somebody's an inactive voter, there's no way they can vote. When the simple fact of the matter is that individual may have moved. As you all know, we're a very transient state. A lot of folks move around.
Okay, here's the question though. Here's the question, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me get, because time is brief. Let me get right to it, all right? Thank you. I apologize. Are they going to get a mailed ballot?
No.
Really?
Pursuant to Assembly Bill 321, mail ballots are going to be sent to all active registered voters, not inactive. Does that mean though an
There's
inactive
the point.
voter?
There you go. Thank you. There you go. That's what I wanted to know. Right on. Thank you, sir. That's it.
Excellent.
I'm done. Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Any other questions? Let's see here. We are still on. Nope. Okay. If there's no one else that's interested in speaking on R089-21P, I'll close public comment. We will start now the workshop on proposed amendment with the LCB file number R090-21. I will start by reading that one. Here we are. Okay, existing law requires the county and city clerks to send each active registered voter and each person who registers to vote or updates his or her voter registration not later than 14 days before an election, a mail ballot for all elections. Existing regulations, 1, require each county or city clerk to provide with each absent ballot certain instructions for correcting a mistake on the absent ballot, and 2, prohibit a county or city clerk from duplicating an absent ballot unless there is no ambiguity as to the intent of the voter. Section 2 of this regulation sets forth similar requirements for mail ballots. Existing regulations establish certain procedures for processing an absent ballot, including 1, requiring the county or city clerk to record the receipt of the absent ballot and check the signature on the return envelope, and 2, the placement of any rejected absent ballots in a separate envelope and the notation of the reason for the rejection. Sections 3 and 11 of this regulation, 1, set forth similar requirements for mail ballots, and 2, require county and city clerks to keep accurate records of the chain of custody for all mail ballots. Existing regulations establish certain requirements for an absent mail ballot central counting board, including requiring the board to sort and count absent ballots by precinct. Existing regulations further require, with certain exceptions, the county clerk or city clerk to allow members of the public to observe the handling of absent ballots. Sections 4 and 12 of this regulation establish similar provisions for mail ballots. Existing regulations require each county clerk and city clerk to submit a plan to the Secretary of State setting forth the procedures that the clerk will use for the disposition of absent ballots in case of emergency. Section 5 of this regulation establishes similar requirements for mail ballots. Section 6 of this regulation defines the term mail ballot. Sections 7, 9, 13, and 14 of this regulation eliminate obsolete references to the term absent ballot and various provisions that will instead apply to mail ballots. All right, this is again R090-21. At this time, are there any individuals desiring to make public comment on this proposed regulation? Mr. Parks.
Thank you. Yes. When it comes to the mailing of ballots to registered voters, therein lies the major problem here. We have registered voters whose mailing address is a vacant lot, but those ballots are still going to go to that vacant lot to be collected, filled out, and sent back in by who knows. Until the voter rolls are cleaned up and accurate, I am absolutely adamantly opposed to all mail-in ballots. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks. Ms. Riedels.
Yeah, just to second that, of course, I mean, we're all against mail-in ballots, just like we're the only country, for whatever reason, seems to be doing it. And we also have one of the biggest election fraud issues in the world, but I digress. So with this one right here. So we don't want central counting, nor do we want a central counting board. What we do want is counting at a precinct level. Every precinct should count their precinct, voters' votes at that precinct level. It also says if a precinct has more than 100 voters, that precinct shall have its own polling and counting location. That's NRS 293.2735. Also, sections 7 through 9, 13, and 14 of this regulation eliminate obsolete references from the term absentee ballot and replace it with mail ballot. This switch is from a specific type of ballot to a more generic term. This switch is unnecessary. The switch is based on the definition of mail ballot in section 2 of the Assembly Bill number 321, chapter 248, statutes of Nevada 2021 at page 1216, NRS 293.0653. Copy of that text is not included in the regulation. So we object to AB 321, chapter 248 of 2021 at page 1216 in section 2 of the mass mailing of ballots that are unrequested. And we object to AB 321, chapter 248, 2021 at page 1216 in section 2.2 and 2.4. We want in-person polling at each precinct. If a precinct has more than 100 voters,
Mr. Beatles, that's 2 minutes.
Own polling location.
Thank you. Offhand, just for everyone's awareness too, and there's a lot of discussion about precincts. I think it's probably worth mentioning that how many there are in the state. At last count, I think it might be a little bit outdated, but probably not too much. 1,973 different precincts across the state of Nevada. During the 2018 election cycle, there were about 3,500 poll workers that were hired. Again, that was pre-pandemic. Number of changes. Again, collectively, I think we can probably recognize between 2018 and 2022. Just for awareness, and again, as part of the discussion, when it comes up with the number of poll workers that be required, if we were to conduct a precinct level counting, that number would go up significantly.
We have over 2,000.
Again, not something for or against it. It's merely a fact that I wanted to highlight. So I've asked people how many precincts you think are in the state, and I've heard numbers less than 50.
Well, we went from 448 to 555 just in Washoe County. We have over 2,000 volunteers to man them right now, but registered voters would rather bring in the ACLU than their own citizens from the county to count the ballots. Explain to me that.
Shannon in the chat, Miss Shannon, do you have a comment?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. So we're still talking about 09021P, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first thing, I'm an administrative person. I deal with documentation and stuff all day, and in no way on any federal, state, or any other type of form should correction tape or whiteout be allowed to be used for any reason whatsoever. It does not make sense. It's not allowed on, like, you can't use it on medical forms. You can't use it on anything. Why would we allow it to be used on voting? Because there's no way for a clerk to be given the responsibility to figure out what somebody meant if they use whiteout or something like that. Now, I'm not a fan of mail-in voting either. I think that it is an incredibly unsafe system. But if we're going to do mail-in voting, we should at least take the time to make us look a little less like we're just doing it wrong on purpose. The next one would be, excuse me, there should be complete transparency in what our what our systems are doing. If we want as citizens to the ability to verify information, we should have access to verify that information. And I really do not understand how, with the massive issues that happened with the 2020 elections and the proven issues with the mail-in ballots, that there were people voting from addresses that don't exist, especially in Las Vegas, that this continues to be a problem. Like, we should not be having this discussion on mail-in ballots before we clean up voter rolls and allow people to know that if we are sending mail-in ballots, they're being sent to actual citizens who have the right to vote in our state. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Of note, and again, maybe worthy of discussion later on today, I'll have to see if it ties into the regulations, or perhaps we could set up a separate discussion. More than willing to explain the extensive amount of work that the Secretary of State, the Elections Division, and the county clerks and registrars have taken to really scrutinize every aspect of the statewide voter list maintenance process, from start to finish, from broad brushstrokes to detailed technical code, reviewing it to identify means for improvement. And in many cases, we found ways to increase the validity and the amount of work spent conducting maintenance on the statewide voter registration list. But again, if you're ever interested in asking about that, please let me know. We can set up a meeting separately, and with whoever is interested in hearing about it. It's a very useful discussion, and I'm eager to have it. I do want to highlight also, by the way, your comments. I appreciate them. First and foremost, I did want to point out in the regulation itself, this is page 52 of the attachment for today. You'll notice in the box, we do stress that if you make a mistake or change your mind while voting this ballot, do not use correction fluid or tape. So that guidance is provided to the voters. Ms. Thomas, please.
Again, I want to reiterate that all references to person must be corrected to citizen. Not any person signing an affirmation is entitled to a provisional ballot. Only a citizen signing an affirmation is entitled to a provisional ballot. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Watson.
Awesome, thank you. For the record, my name is Alex Watson. I'm the RNC's Election Integrity Director for Nevada. For the most part, the proposed regulations are a step in the right direction, as I know you guys are constrained by Nevada law and recent Nevada law changes. However, in RO90, we do have several concerns, the first being in Section 4, Subsection 3. The main concern we have is that there must be sufficient time for individuals to plan and organize meaningful observation. We propose, instead of not later than 2 days, not later than 7 days. In addition, we propose the addition of, quote, a schedule of the counting shifts which notifies the public exactly when and where all such activities will be performed. Also, Section 4, Subsection 4, our concern is that there must be meaningful observation of the entire electoral process. Limiting observation to the handling of mail ballots is insufficient. We propose in this section the addition of, quote, include the public observation of signature verification. We have a whole list of also some more proposals and concerns that we have submitted as written testimony, and we encourage everyone to read that, as 2 minutes is definitely not enough time to address everything that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Yes, I did receive your written comments yesterday, if not from you, from the RNC, which I do appreciate. We'll make sure that we provide those again and make them available for the public as well, relating to these regulations for review. Thank you. Mr. Williams, I apologize. Your turn, please.
Hello, yes. I want to highlight what is NRS 293.2735. I just want to read it real quick here from the NRS web, for the state website, just to have it in the record for our discussion. And the idea here is Mr. Beatles pointed out, is we would prefer more decentralized voting. We'd like to see more precincts have their own polling. Now, this 293.2735, let me just take 1 minute. Establishment of polling places for precinct in residential development exclusively for elderly persons. The county clerk shall establish at least one polling place for a precinct in any residential development exclusively for elderly persons if more than 100 of the residents of the development are registered to vote. There is a common area which is adequate and available, and the owner of the development consents to the establishment of the polling place on the property. Now, I like that idea, and I think that is a nice platform to expand and institute the precinct polling concept that Mr. Beatles has provided or presented. And that's it. Thank you. Oh, I have to an engagement. I'm going to have to say goodbye because I've got some work I got to do preparing for Friday. I don't know if any of you guys have looked at Friday yet, but they're going to put internet voting in the law, and I'm not okay with that. And so I'm going to go tackle that now, and I'm going to say goodbye. But I just wanted to read that NRS and get that in there, because it's interesting that you could do that for the elderly. We could do more of that. And then the idea is we're enabling voting by doing so, and that is your charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And I'm gonna say goodbye. Goodbye.
Mr. Hindle.
Yes, good morning. Jim Hindle, Vice Chair of the Nevada Republican Party. As regards to R090-21P, we have problems with a number of the number of the changes in this section or multiple sections that they expand the use of electronic voting. And as we've heard today, many people are very suspect of that. Specifically, poll observers in 2020 were excluded from watching any portion of the ballot duplication process in Clark County. So in reference to section 2.2 on page 2, we think that the duplication of any ballot should be overseen by a bipartisan duplication board, which must be comprised of a representative sample aligned with voter registration in that jurisdiction. For example, in Clark County, any ballot duplication must be overseen by at least one Democrat, one Republican, and one member of a non-major party. Additionally, we would recommend that any county with more than 100,000 residents be required to have live streaming of all ballot counting, ballot duplication, and ballot adjudication facilities to the public. In section 4.3, we would request that for scheduling ease for the public of all political persuasions, county election officials must publish the counting schedule no later than 7 days before the start of ballot counting rather than 2. Elections are events that are long planned, and there's no reason that they could not post their schedule ahead of time with much more lead time. Finally, in section 4.4, we would request that any reference to the general public to observe the handling of mail ballots must include the ability to view signature verification. The only check currently on our ballots is the signature verification process. The only check currently, in 2020, multiple whistleblowers came forward and testified under oath that in Clark County, acceptable ballots were taken with just a mark on them, and there was no standard for signature verification. It is essential that poll watchers be able to observe what standard the election departments are following and if they are in line with the NAC and NRS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hindle. Ms. Riva, would you mind unmuting and saying your full name for the record as well?
For the record, Riva Crump, Washoe County citizen.
Who?
I'm talking on the thing, excuse me. My problem is with section 2, number 2, that you're going to let them use correction or fluid tape unless the clerk determines there's no ambiguity exists to the intent of the voter. Since when is it up to a clerk to determine the intent of any voter? Are we back to hanging chads? Because this is absolutely absurd. All right, that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. White. Ms. Valerie White.
Okay, hello. Good morning.
Morning.
I lived in another state previously, and I know that lawsuits have been filed many times based on what observation means. Now, if I could stand 20 feet away and see a person looking at a signature on a computer, I can't see the signature itself, but I can see a person looking at a computer where they're supposed to be checking signatures. That could be considered observation, but it's worthless observation if we can't actually see the signatures. They could be dots and dashes, but we see a body there looking at a computer that's supposed to be checking signatures. There's observation and there's observation. If you want real transparency, observers, need to be able to see the signatures to verify that what the person whose job that is actually doing that job. Placing them 15 feet away or behind the computer screen where they can't see it, that's worthless. That's not increasing transparency. It's actually decreasing transparency. So the ambiguity and vagary of observation throughout all of these points needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Ms. Thomas?
I just would like to add for the record, I have actually managed a polling place for 20 years for Washoe County. And it should be that signatures need to be verified by at least 2 people. Both of those intake people at those polling places need to be confirming and signing off on that verification match, not just one.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I see in the comments, by the way, Ms. Shannon, would you mind, you're asking to speak again. We have time. If you're interested, please state your name for the record and continue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't state my name for the record on the first one. So my name is Shannon Meredith. I'm a citizen in Sparks, Nevada. And what I wanted to say was just, Miss Riva, I apologize if I mess up your name, kind of said it already, but you came back to me on my comment that there is some notice that they aren't to use correction tape or fluid. But then if you have that notice already in, and then you say something that says if a voter has used correction tape or fluid, then that kind of goes against what you already said, that we said that you're not allowed to use it on the form. So if a voter has used correction tape or fluid on a form that they are not allowed to use correction tape or fluid, then the ambiguity already exists. There is no way to know what that person meant to vote for if there is any use of that, because you can't guarantee that that person who was voting is the one who did it. You can't guarantee that that whatever has been covered up by the correction tape or fluid is not what the person actually meant. So if you have that secondary in this subsection, then you're basically taking away the validity of what you've previously said that you're not allowed to use it. So.
Thank you. And I understand your concerns. I really do. Again, the goal is to not disenfranchise. I mean this in seriousness. The laundry list of fluids that end up on ballots that are delivered to your clerks is both at the same time terrifying and repulsive. The goal isn't to, if somebody has something on a ballot that we again find reasons to reject. The goal is to ensure that folks are not disenfranchised and again legal ballots are cast. So
yeah, I'm not meaning to be rude, but I'm going to cut you off right there, because I understand that mail is gross. Everybody understands that mail is gross, just like money is gross. Don't put it in your mouth. It's disgusting. However, you can tell the difference between fluids that have come from mail and disgustingness and somebody intentionally putting correction fluid, which is white, onto a form. So I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that you're trying to be very political about your response. But there is a difference between correction fluid and the random crap that gets on your mail. So
I agree wholeheartedly and can tell the difference. Thank you though. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Kampf.
Yes, my name is Mark Kampf. I'm a candidate for Nye County Clerk. My concern is while I believe that people have spoke quite a bit about verifying signatures at the polling location, my biggest concern is the verification of signatures that come through the mail. If that's done through an electronic process, then it is difficult for there to be an observer of that process. And it's important for us to be able to clearly identify if an electronic process is going to occur. Is there the potential to observe or verify some of those signatures independently, and to verify the DPI of dots per inch of sensitivity of the verification process, and then understanding what happens when those are kicked out. Is an observer going to be allowed to identify those that are kicked off that do not meet that electronic verification process? It's a big concern, and I believe it's not going to get resolved just by fixing the problem at the polling location. It's got to be something that's fixed during the process of processing electronic ballots.
Thank you, Mr. Kampf. For clarity's sake and for everybody on the call and as well for the record, out of our 17 counties, there's only one county that uses an electronic signature verification device. That's Clark County, specifically the Agilus machine. While there was a lot of reporting in the media about the Agilis machine and its effectiveness. I do want to stress and clarify, because I think this is a fact that many people are not aware of, that when the Agilis machine received mail ballots, it kicked out 70% of those mail ballots and identified the signatures needing to go to human eyes for verification. Exactly, I think like you're describing. The 30% that went through were, again, it's a sizable number, right? Clark County does not have a small number of voters. It's about 1.83 million, give or take, at this point. And about, I believe it was 900,000 of those cast a ballot during the 2020 election cycle. But again, 70% were kicked out to do exactly what you said. If there was any question at all about the validity of the signature, it went to humans, bipartisan teams of people that again made sure that again, if the ballot needed to go to the signature curing process, it did. And only then was it, kind of determined if there was a recommendation to the registrar of voters about the signature if it was valid or not. Because ultimately, it is the clerk's responsibility. But thank you for your comments. There was one question I realized I missed, and I apologize, Councilman Dare. I'll address that real quick. Your question, again, this was actually related to one, kind of ties into this one too, as it relates to mail ballots and the distribution. Your question, please explain how you have and will clean up voter rolls. There's a number of things that I can talk about. I don't want to stray too far from the agenda, but suffice to say that we've looked at everything from, again, the technical comparisons that are conducted on a daily basis when we receive the county information at the state, to re-examining procedures and inputs from the Office of Vital Records, so that the death records that we receive, we've increased the redundancy that those records come to the state. We've re-examined the roles, the information we get from out of state from a number of sources, including the Electronic Registration Information Center, otherwise known as ERIC, something that Nevada was one of the founding members of, as well as, again, discussing internally to the clerk's offices, their processes and procedures here at the state, what we do. And the bottom line is that there's a renewed focus and effort. What was being done before was being done in accordance with federal and state laws. But when we think about the day-to-day processes and procedures, again, to the maximum ability of the clerks and their staffs, we're revisiting how we clean the statewide voter lists and conduct maintenance on them. And that is, again, it's not a one and done. I just want to clarify that that wasn't something that occurred and that we stopped, gave ourselves a high five and moved on. Like, that is an ongoing process, because we realize, again, that the clerks don't want to send a ballot to somebody who's not an active registered voter. If they've moved out of state, we want to know that information. We want to not send them a ballot if they're no longer a valid Nevada voter. That not only reduces the workload on the clerks, but ultimately saves the state and the county's money. There's a number of just good practices about that. So statewide voter list maintenance is a high priority for the secretary, the clerks, and the elections division alike. I think we're collectively unified in that effort. Okay, other questions? Any other public comment regarding, we are still on R090-21. Okay, if there's no one else that is interested in speaking, we'll close public comment on R09-21, 090-21, and we will go to R091-21. Okay, this for this is LCD file number R091-21. Existing law requires the Secretary of State to adopt regulations for the conduct of elections in the state, which must include regulations prescribing 1, the procedures to be used to ensure the security of the ballots; 2, the procedures to be used to ensure the security and accuracy of computer programs and tapes used for elections; and 3, the procedures to be used for the testing, use, and auditing of a mechanical voting system. Sections 1 and 10 of this regulation require each county clerk and city clerk to submit to the Secretary of State a written contingency plan for 1, the election operation in the event that election operations are significantly disrupted, and 2, the tabulation of ballots in the event that the county or city, as applicable, experiences a loss of central counting equipment or the use of the central counting place. Existing regulations 1 define the term ballot stock to mean the materials upon which a ballot is printed and a voter directly indicates his or her vote. 2, provide that the Secretary of State will reimburse the counties for the cost of basic stock for ballots. 3, require a city clerk to order ballot stock for an election within 2 days after the date set for the close of registration for the election. Sections 2, 8, and 11 of this regulation provide that the term ballot stock also includes the materials included with the mail ballot, including without limitation, the mail ballot, return envelope, privacy sleeve, and voter instructions. Section 3 of this regulation replaces the term stock for ballots with the term ballot stock. Existing law requires a county or city that wants to change or improve a mechanical voting system or mechanical recording device to first obtain approval from the Secretary of State. Section 5 of this regulation prohibits a county or city clerk from installing any software on a mechanical voting system unless the Secretary of State has approved or required the installation. Section 6 of this regulation requires each county and city clerk to maintain a written documentary record for mechanical voting systems, mechanical voting devices, and other voting equipment, which includes records of transports of mechanical voting systems, mechanical voting devices, and other voting equipment, and chain of custody records for mechanical voting systems, mechanical voting devices, and other voting equipment. Section 6 also requires mechanical voting systems, mechanical voting devices, and other voting equipment to have tamper evidence seals identified with serial numbers, which must be recorded and verified in the records of the county and city clerks. Section 7 of this regulation requires each county and city clerk to keep a mechanical voting system, mechanical voting devices, and other voting equipment in a secure and controlled facility when not in use, and to maintain a record of any person who accesses the mechanical voting systems, mechanical voting devices, or voting equipment. If there's any unauthorized access, Section 7 requires a county or city clerk to inform the Secretary of State in writing within 24 hours. Existing regulations require that each county clerk, not later than the 90th day before the primary election, submit to the Secretary of State for approval a plan concerning the procedures to be used to ensure the security of the ballots, results cartridges, and VVPATs, voter verifiable paper audit trail. For those of you in counties that use Dominion machines, which is all the counties in the state except for Carson City and now Lander, that's the voter verifiable paper audit trail is the device to the right of the machine that shows you your ballot as reflected on the screen to confirm. That's the audit trail, the very deliberate paper audit trail that those machines have. That's a VVPAT for clarity. Section 8 requires the plan to also include procedures to be used to ensure the security of election media cartridges or memory devices, blank ballot stock, chain of custody records, and access controls. Section 8 further requires the county and city clerks to ensure that election board officers who are allowed to handle ballots, results cartridges, and VVPATs have sworn under oath to perform their duties honestly and faithfully. Existing law requires a copy of each election computer program to be filed with the Secretary of State at least 1 week before an election. Section 9 of this regulation requires that the copy be filed in certain electronic formats with password protection. At this time, I'm going to open public comment on proposed regulation LCB file number R091-21. Mr. Parks.
The regulation is deficient in that it does not address that the card stock be watermarked with a either a UV or other similar watermark that is not copyable. As it stands, anybody can print a ballot and send it in.
Thank you. Just to clarify, again, every mail ballot has a barcode on it that is non-duplicatable. If the same barcode comes in the mail ballot, when it's scanned in the election management system, it will identify that's a duplicate and that ballot will not be cast. If it also shows up as just a gibberish barcode, that also will not be identified as such and not cast. Only ballots that are sent to registered voters are again tabulated.
Barcodes are not the most secure means of ensuring the ballots are printed only by the Secretary of State or County Register. Barcodes can be created.
Yes, sir. Again, it's not so much the barcode itself. You're absolutely right. Those are easy to manipulate. It's that the barcode is associated with an individual. But I appreciate your comments. Ms. Thomas, please.
On section 7, it kind of implies that the records maintaining who has accessed these the system equipment is only for unauthorized? Is there any way to better clarify that they need to maintain essentially an event log of every single person who has ever accessed that machine, when and where and for what event? And is that available to the public to see that event log of who has accessed those equipment? It's not, there's no, passwords or anything on those event logs. It's just a date log of who's accessed it when. Is that available for examination?
Yes, ma'am. I see, I'm looking at section 7. Yeah, I think you're right. The intent is actually that we capture every individual that gets close to one of these machines. Each person who accesses the voting machines in that secured area, the name of the person, signature, time and date of the access.
And then it says subsequent pursuant to subsection 1. But if you look at the subsection 1, at the very end, it says without such authorization. I want to know who's that, even if they do have authorization, it still should be recorded. So I don't know if it needs to be clarified some way to be a little bit more clear. There's just room for manipulation there is all I'm saying.
No, and I appreciate your feedback. Absolutely. That's an excellent point. We'll take it under consideration for sure. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Ms. Benson, please.
Hi there, thank you. Hello, my name is Alita Benson, Political Director for the Nevada Republican Party. And this testimony is just addressing some of the proposed regulatory amendments, not the pre-existing NAC. Just one point for section 6 of this regulation, which is extensive, and the new proposed regulation. One addition that the Nevada Republican Party thinks would be helpful would be including the retention time. So the generally accepted retention time in NRS for ballots and other election materials is 22 months. And the chain of custody here, which is certainly an improvement, doesn't include the required retention time. So that would just be one recommendation to add that into the language. And the other proposal in section 10 for emergencies that could impact voting would be including that all election materials and machines be maintained in facilities that meet current codes, especially on fire safety. In Clark County in particular, there's been some anomalies that have been seen in the election building, and we would like to make sure that all election materials are maintained in a safe way that meets the requirements of the 22-month maintenance period. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beatles?
There we are. Hey, so I just want a little bit of clarity in what you were saying. You were talking about how secure these UPC codes are, these barcodes, and how secure the ballots are, these mailouts. I'm just curious, out of the 1.4 or 1.5 million votes that we had in 2020 election, what was the rejection rate? How many of these ballots did you reject? Based on these codes not being right, the barcodes not being right, the ballots not being right. Do you have any idea what the rejection rate was of the ballots in total, or just a percentage?
Absolutely. And when you're done, I can certainly address that.
Yeah, I'm just curious what the rejection rate was since this is so secure.
Perfect. All right. So I have that information here in front of me now, and I'll provide it as it does relate to this regulation. Specifically, a couple things, again, you got to just be aware of it. This is not an apples to apples comparison between the 2020 election cycle and the 22 election cycle, for that matter. There have been additional, of course, laws put in place courtesy of the 2021 legislative session. Even things, from AB 321, like the requirement now for signature verification training, that is going to impact the cure rate, the number of ballots that are going to cure compared to 2020. But specifically for your question, when we look at the 2020 general election turnout, the number of ballots that were identified across the state that required a signature cure was 12,584. Of those that were successfully cured, 9,697.
You're saying 3,000 ballots out of 1.5 million are the only ones that were affected.
2,887 to be specific, but
Okay, so-
yes.
Okay. Nobody else sees a problem with that. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Riva, please.
Hi, I want to go back to the UPC code. Well, we're kind of already there again. I understand that could be one method to use to secure the ballots. It's a, and we already know there are huge problems with mail-in ballots. I don't understand or what it would take for us to have UV marks, UV threads, or watermarks, or could that be requested by each individual county that they would like more security than that which is being provided by the Secretary of State? How would we go about making additional security occur?
Thank you for your comments. And yes, ma'am, I guess I should clarify too, right? The barcode on a ballot is a part of the security, but by no means is that the only one. There's other parts of the process, including the type of paper that's used. You can't just print something out of an 8.5 by 11 printer and jam it into a voting machine and assume it will tabulate. It won't, in case anybody had heard otherwise. The barcodes, again, the significance is that it relates to you, that a registered voter is associated with the barcode on the ballot. So that anytime you've ever heard of anybody say, thousands of ballots this or were created or printed, it's simply not possible. Because the barcodes, again, are tied to every single person on our active registered rolls. And any barcodes that would have come up get flagged that wouldn't have been accepted. It's just simply not possible. Because again, ballots aren't accepted or cast unless they're tied to our registered voters here in Nevada. But thank you for your comments, though, and certainly that's election security in general is something the Secretary is taking a very keen interest in, and has directed both myself and the staff to keep an eye on and finding ways to improve continuously. So this is not, again, something that we are drifting to a stop on, but by any stretch of the imagination. But thank you for your comments. Ms. Lee, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Velasquez. Thank you so much for all your efforts on these regulations. On the part where it says where you require any election board officer allowed access to have sworn under oath to perform their duties honestly and faithfully, can you also include 3 words, which is securely, impartially, and confidentially? For the obvious reasons that they need to perform their duties impartially with respect to any party, confidentially, which means they are not talking to the press and they're not talking to any particular party, and securely to ensure that in fact they are doing this within the guidelines of the election department. And is there any way to somehow have them perform this something like under penalty of perjury or something under penalty of something, because there is nothing other than employee or employee relations that requires them to perform such a high level task. You see that I think the issue here is that there is no penalty if they decide not to do it honestly and non-faithfully. That is my comment. I think that at least the 2 words confidentially and impartially should be used.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. We'll certainly take it into consideration. Ms. Thomas, Mr. Beatles, do you have additional comments or?
Yeah, yes, I do. I just wanted to clarify for the
ma'am.
record that in Washoe County, election workers do sign a oath and that is read any election cycle, either whether it's the general or the primary. We do sign an oath that first morning before we even touch a machine that we are under penalty of law if we do violate any of the confidentiality of the voting processes and stuff. Washoe County, that's for Washoe County. I'm sure you can contact their office and they can give you a copy of that oath if you're interested in more of the detail on that.
And thank you, Ms. Thomas. It's a great point. And that is something, again, the Secretary has asked us to look closely at, not only gathering, but standardizing potentially the oaths across the state that election board workers take, and certainly considering some of the other points like Ms. Lee highlighted a minute ago. Is there anybody else interested in providing a public comment on proposed regulation number R091-21? Ms. Meredith.
Okay, hi. So I know that it kind of probably feels like we're beating the barcode thing to death. However, my question to you is, I understand that it's associated with one voter, and that idea makes sense so long as that barcode is not duplicated and the initial one that goes into the system is counted, but is not the one that was actually sent to the voter, or that like who's making the decision of if you were to get two of the same barcode associated to an actual voter, who's making the decision of which one is correct? Because at that point, there's an issue.
I understand your concerns. Thank you for your comments. I would, again, at this point, one of the additional things that you can do, again, if you or anybody that you're aware of is not interested in receiving a mail ballot, and again, there's an opt-out process that was also identified in Assembly Bill 321. This is another process that the Secretary of State, again, took very seriously and worked hard to get implemented as quickly as possible. If you go onto our website, specifically to the 2022 election cycle, right at the top, there is the printable form that you're able to print out, provide to your clerk, and you can opt out of receiving a mail ballot if that's a concern for you or anybody that you're aware of. But again, I understand and appreciate your comments.
Okay, so sorry, I am apparently really late to the party. So in order to opt out, so everyone is receiving a mail-in ballot unless you opt out. That is incredibly dangerous, and that is probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. No, there are people who are not going to know that they need to opt out of having that done. And then if it comes to people's mail and it gets stolen or something else, there's no way to track that. And somebody will go in and go to cast their ballot and find out that their ballot has already been cast. That, how is that helping anyone? This is, oh, that's like, my apologies. I did not know that that's what passed. I should have read that better.
Yes, ma'am. That was Assembly Bill 321 of the 2021 legislative session. The opt-out form, again, for everyone's awareness, I will put the link to it in the chat so that, again, if you or anybody that you know of is interested in opting out, we're attempting to spread the word to the best of our abilities. Excuse me, we're attempting to spread the word to the best of our abilities, just so folks are aware of that provision of Assembly Bill 321 and the ability to do so. The one thing I will highlight is that you do need to opt out prior to 60 days before the election, because that's, again, the intent there is so that before the ballots are printed, you're able to remove your name from that list. For everyone's awareness, again, and for the record, 60 days before the primary election this year is April 15th of 2022. So for individuals interested in opting out, they need to provide that form to their clerk or registrar prior to April 15th. But thank you for your comments. And Ms. Thomas, do you have a comment? Ms. Lee, do you have a comment?
Oops, really quickly. I'm noticing you're using the word election board. Does that also, are you referring to election board means poll workers or just anybody who works at the election office?
Yes, ma'am. Election board officer, I think, is the statutory description of what is commonly called poll worker. So just for consistency's sake, using that more throughout the regulations.
So there's no like a board of people, a group of people that actually helps direct.
So it depends on, well, let me back up. There are groups identified in statute and regulation as well about like a signature verification board. Those groups I think are maybe closer to what you're getting at, but again, election board officer in general is again, the definition in statute.
And is there a way to ensure that the election board officers, which i.e. poll workers, are evenly balanced between or among various parties?
There is a lot of discussion about that. I'm trying to remember if this, I don't think the regulation that covers that is one of the ones that we're going to discuss today, or at the very least, not the current one. In order to answer your question though directly, so we don't skip over it, well, I don't, because it's not on the agenda. If it's possible, we could set up a separate meeting to discuss poll worker, or even election observer type requirements, because that is a fairly complicated subject. Certainly something that the clerks, the secretary, and the staff here have been trying to get our hands around and discuss different ways to improve it. But as I don't see it directly on the agenda right now, I don't want to again, violate open meeting law, or maybe even have discussion of that nature without all of the people available that would want to be. Is it possible to discuss that separately?
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you.
I'll make a note. Yes, ma'am.
And that's the end of my question.
Oh, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Hamilton.
Just like add a comment, sending a ballot out, mail-in ballot out to every registered voter intuitively seems a little bad, so to speak. At one point though, all military should be able to get mail-in ballots based on their status. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. White, do you have another comment?
I do, thank you. Like Ms. Meredith was saying, the opt-out possibility absolutely throws another huge area for confusion as far as fraudulently, people sending in fraudulent opt-out forms. So now we have to have trust in the integrity of the count, and now we have to have trust in the integrity of the opt-out form. Is there going to be signature verification on the opt-out forms? Is there going to be adjudication for the signatures? I mean, it's just another element that's creating confusion. These mail-in ballots, I know you're going to cite AB 321 that our legislature approved. They've done nothing except create mass confusion. The entire mail-in, universal mail-in ballot needs to be removed. I know that that's not something this body or you can do, but it's an infinite number of solutions that we're going to have to come up with to stop all the possible entry points for fraud. It's the mail-in ballot itself that is the problem, universal. So, I mean, we could have these meetings every day for the next 6 months trying to come up with the correct language and addressing every point where fraud or it could happen or where there's no transparency. The whole thing centers on the mail-in ballot. So is there going to be signature verification on the opt-outs? Is there going to be adjudication that's observed by multiple parties? I mean, just like ballots, where's the integrity in it? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Just again, for everyone's awareness as well, when it comes to the opt-out mail ballot process, even if you opted out and decided maybe later that you still wanted to vote by mail, it's possible to contact the clerk and correct it. You can opt back in. That's again part of the opt-out form that we added specifically for individuals. It's always possible again to contact your clerk or registrar to ask as you approach the deadline, just to make sure that you are not on the opt-out form. Again, everyone collectively across the state, all active registered voters will get a mail ballot. The clerks intend to send those out typically between the 45th day and the 30th day. Military and overseas citizens that are eligible to vote pursuant to the Uniformed and Overseas Citizen Absentee Voting Act, or UACAVA. You may have heard about that. Those ballots have to go out prior to the 45-day mark. But for everybody else across the state, again, typically it's going to be either by the 45-day mark, and in some cases maybe concurrent with those, or up to, but really no closer than the 20th day by statute. We've noticed, again, in talking with the clerks that have in many cases decades of experience using and sending out absentee ballots, that the sweet spot is about 30 days. There's a number of voters who like to update their registration as you're approaching the election, but still before the start of early voting. So by delaying a little bit, so you're closer to about the 30-day mark, they can ensure that the voters have the opportunity to update registrations. So that way, again, just like you all want, they don't want to send ballots to individuals who have moved either. So by having it about the 30-day mark, that enables them to ensure accuracy in where they're sending the ballots. And then lastly, again, a lot of folks, again, don't realize, but your clerks want to hear from you. If you have questions about your party affiliation, about your voter registration, your address, if you've been opted in or opted out, or what the deal is, they want to hear, and they have teams, either themselves individually, or again, the registrars and their staffs want to hear from you to be able to answer your questions. We collectively recognize there's a need for increased voter confidence, and a lot of that's going to come from a dialogue, from discussing and calling and contacting them, expressing your concerns, hearing from them the ground truth. Yes, you have opted out. No, you have not opted out. We're also going to publish the dates. The ballots are mailed on our website. We're going to put it on social media, very similar to what we've done with the opt-out process. Again, it's, we're not, I don't have a massive TV conglomerate. I don't have a radio show or an amazing Instagram page. But we're trying to get the word out as best as possible so that folks are aware of these provisions of the law and opportunities that are available to them. But so, yeah, as we get closer and we have defined dates for when the counties will mail their ballots, we're going to publish that so that okay, ballots have gone out. It's now this day before the election. You should get it in about 3 to 5 days, based on delivery, so that you can expect it. And also recognizing that, again, in some cases, U.S. Postal Service shipping may be a little bit slower because of what's going on nowadays, but so that you can expect, you don't get it within 4 or 5 days, call the clerk, ask for another ballot, and they can confirm your registration, make sure your address is still accurate. These are the steps that voters can take to ensure they receive their ballot, or if they don't want a ballot, again, opting out before the 60th day to reduce the ballots that are paid for and end up in the mail stream. So that there's a lot out there. And again, I appreciate truly all of you being involved in this call today and allowing me to help provide some of these answers to you. But when in doubt, contact your clerk or registrar, please. Ms. White?
No, I just, okay. You mentioned a lot of days, timelines, et cetera, which, there were so many, they just went beyond, you have them memorized, obviously, but there's the issue of same-day voter registration. There's the issue of, have I met the timeline to opt out or opt in? There's the issue of, how many days before this ballot goes out and that ballot goes out. Just, it's overwhelming, the number of issues that are connected to the mail-in ballots. And mail-in ballots just have to go. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. One comment, Mr. Bodine, in the chat, I just want to address real quick. You're absolutely right. And we try to work through our public information officer and get notifications out there. We issue press releases, and there's a number of other ways. We do try to put out tweets and things like that in an effort to continue to spread word across the state. There's a lot going on, and a lot of what we publish gets missed, I think. Again, the goal is to ramp up and increase, for example, the 60th day, right before the April 15th. As we approach April 1st and April 15th, we're going to increase our efforts to be vocal about these processes so that voters are aware of them. And as Ms. White's just said, that there's a lot of dates, there's a lot of pieces. the reality is that your clerks and registrars are working to ensure election security around the clock every day of the year. This is not a November of an even numbered year type of activity, but it's something that, again, that we collectively are working hard on and will continue to do so. Ms. Johnson, please.
Hello. I would like to know, when you said that you guys are working hard to get the word out, how are you getting the word out? I mean, I haven't seen anything on TV, on the local stations, or Facebook or anything like that, where a lot of people hang out with media.
Excellent question. And I think this is probably the last one related to kind of in an ancillary way to the regulation, and then we'll get back to focusing on the regs more directly. But it's a good question and worthy of a quick comment. The bottom line is the secretary directed a massive outreach campaign. I've talked to all 17 boards of county commissioners and let them know that if there are individuals, if there are groups, if there are associations anywhere in their county that ever have any interest in discussing elections, to please let us know and please direct them to me. And we will certainly set up efforts to talk in person or via Zoom, again, however best we can, so that I can address questions about the electoral process, changes, all the different things that are going on, just the realities of like the technical, how does it work? We've also reached out to the school districts so that if there's questions from civics teachers or high school government teachers about what's changed, providing nonpartisan fact-based information is something that we're again open to. We're also going to be reaching out. I've started reaching out rather to all 63 of our elected officers, representatives across the state, as well as the 27 tribal nations, in an effort to make sure that we get word out to folks as however we can. We try to use social media. Again, that for better or worse, maybe isn't as effective in reaching folks as we would like. But there are a number of ways. And certainly if anybody on here has ever any interest, you have a part of an association or group, you're interested in talking to me or having folks ask me questions, please let us know. We will carve out time. This isn't a between now and June and then, I'm going to go radio silent. This is a multi-year effort to provide information so that you're aware of the things that are going on and aware of the details, because those details are going to help build voter confidence.
Okay, you're saying that we have to come after you. I'm talking about letting people know that you guys are spreading all the mail-in ballots out and that people have to opt out. I'm talking specifically about that issue.
We notify the press, we notify folks via social media as best we can and put word out. We issue press releases. Yes, ma'am, that stuff that we have done.
Thank you. Mr.
Parks. And is this, just to clarify, this is still related to the proposed regulation R091-21?
This is actually in reference to the entire mail-in balloting scheme. We've had conversations with elected representatives until we're tired of it. They're not listening. We don't want this. The overwhelming majority of the people of this state are opposed to all mail-in balloting, and nobody's hearing that. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see a question, Mr. Bodine, in the press. I count 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 members of the press on this call. So yes, absolutely. Okay, if there's last call for any comments on proposed regulation R091-21. Excellent. Then I will close the public comment on R091-21 and we'll open the workshop on R092-21P. Okay, proposed regulation LCB file number R092-21. Existing law requires each county clerk and city clerk who uses an electronic roster not earlier than 2 weeks before, not later than 5 p.m. on the day before the first day of the period for early voting by personal appearance to complete a test of the electronic roster to ensure its functionality in accordance with regulations adopted by the Secretary of State. This regulation requires the county or city clerk to also complete logic and accuracy tests on the electronic roster and to certify to the Secretary of State that the testing was completed not earlier than 2 weeks before and not later than 5 p.m. on the day before the first day of the period for early voting by personal appearance. The tests required by this regulation require confirming 1, that the electronic roster accurately displays certain information, 2, the correct functioning of the electronic roster in certain situations, and 3, the correct performance of certain functions of the electronic roster. At this time, is there anyone interested in making a public comment about proposed regulation LCB file number R092-21? Mr. Parks? Mr. Beatles, please.
Thanks. So it says if a county clerk uses an electronic roster for an election, the county clerk must conduct logic and accuracy tests on the electronic roster. What is a logic test? It doesn't define it. So if you could explain that to us, that'd be great. And then also the roster has data sets defined in sections 1B and 2, which should have the following data included. We need to know the type of the ballot that's cast. Is it standard? Is it foreign language? Is it in Braille? Is it military, absentee, all that kind of stuff? And where are they registered? Is it a field registrar? Is it in office? Is it online? Is it DMV? And then lastly, the resident status. Is it under 30 days, under 10 days? Is it out of state in person? Is it out of state by mail? Is it overseas, government, military, all that kind of stuff. So we need clarity on all of that as well.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Beatles. We'll take it into consideration. Ms. Lee.
So going through the regulations, I noticed you have the same set of regulations for the county as well as for the city. In 2022, you will have both city and county elections going on at the same time, both for the primary and the general. How do you see that working out when you have separate elections? After all, on the same ballot, you'll have both city, municipal, as well as statewide offices. How does that work?
Thank you for the question. The short version is that, again, depending on the nature of the election, and in certain counties, for example, Clark County, right? Clark County has an agreement with some of the city clerks, so that the county ends up executing the majority of the roles, while the city clerk ultimately is still responsible. If it's a statewide election or, again, a primary general like in 22, the counties oftentimes manage and run those. The provisions specifically for the city clerks are oftentimes nowadays, especially as you cited, only used if there's a special election. That way, again, without there's any shadow of a doubt that the regulations or statutes still apply to them as well.
So the city clerks, the city is not involved typically, like in this year, 2022, the primary and the general election. Is that correct? Or are they asked to help the county?
It varies across the state. I will tell you that almost all of the city clerks I have talked to personally are extremely interested in representing their city, at the county level and helping to ensure elections integrity. Again, this is not a singular individual type activity, very much a team sport, and we are one that we all take very seriously. So even when the city clerks are not specifically required to, again, in the case of a county where the county is running the election, the city clerks absolutely are involved in that process.
Thank you for your clarification.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. White.
Would you please, I'm sorry to do this. I got an email with several of the points that you're discussing today for the regulations, but I would like to know where the full language is for all of the points that we're doing today and tomorrow and the next day. Where can I access those? Could you post that link on the chat, the comments chat, please?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I'll do that right now. Bottom line, though, again, there's a number of required locations, the legislature, and then here in the Office of Secretary of State's website. You'll notice, and I'll put this into the chat right now. When you go to nvsos.gov, right there in the dead center of the screen where it says SOS alerts, the notice of workshops, the top 3 covered for the 21st, 20th, and 19th. When you click on each of those, a document will come up. Today's document's 134 pages. It includes the specific text of the regulations that we're discussing, the proposed language at any rate, as well as the existing text. And then those other two documents relate to tomorrow and the day after as well.
Would it be possible for you to put in the chat the exact links to the document? Because I'm sorry, you talk a little bit fast and
I apologize. No, yes, ma'am. I will put that into the.
Thank you.
Let me double check. Oh, almost.
Okay, so
The comment I just put in there, that the most recent with the 4 zeros at the end of it, that gets you to the document that relates to today.
okay. And is there a separate document that's going to be for tomorrow and the next day?
Yes, ma'am. I'll copy that one in right now as well.
Yeah, both of them. Thank you.
Yes. That's the one for tomorrow, January 20th. And then this is the one for January 21st. Thank you for the question. Apologize about talking fast. I'll consider myself counseled and slow down.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Are there any other individuals interested in making public comment regarding the proposed regulation R092-21? Okay, if not, then I will close public comment on R092-21 and and then we will open the workshop on proposed regulation R093-21. Proposed regulation LCD file number R093-21. Existing law requires the Secretary of State to adopt regulations relating to elections. Existing law provides that it is unlawful during early voting or on election day to electioneer inside of a polling place or within 100 feet from the entrance of a polling place. Existing law also requires the county and city clerk to ensure that certain notices relating to electioneering are posted at the outer limits of the area within which electioneering is prohibited. Sections 2 and 11 of this regulation interpret the term polling place for the purpose of such electioneering statutes as meaning a place designated by the county or city clerk for the purpose of voting by personal appearance. Existing law authorizes an Indian tribe to submit a request to the county or city clerk for the establishment of a ballot drop box within the boundaries of an Indian reservation or Indian colony for the day of certain elections. If the county or city clerk establishes such drop box, existing law requires the county or city clerk to continue to establish the ballot drop box for the day of any future primary election, presidential preference primary election, or general election unless otherwise requested by the Indian tribe. Sections 3 and 12 of this regulation require the request for the establishment or removal of the ballot drop box within the boundaries of the Indian reservation or Indian colony to be submitted to the county or city clerk on a form prescribed by the Secretary of State. Existing law establishes various requirements relating to ballot drop boxes. Sections 4 and 13 of this regulation require the county and city clerk to affix each ballot drop box with a unique identifier and the county or city seal or similar design that signifies the box is an official ballot drop box of the county or city. Section 5 and 14 of this regulation require the county and city clerk to submit a list to the Secretary of State of each ballot drop box established in the county or city. Sections 5 and 14 require the list to include 1, the unique identifier of the ballot drop box, 2, the location of the ballot drop box, and 3, the dates and times during which the ballot drop box will be unlocked and accessible for ballot submissions. Sections 5 and 14 also require the county and city clerk to submit an amended list to the Secretary of State not later than 24 hours after a change is made to the information contained in this list. Sections 6 and 15 of the regulation establish various provisions relating to the security and accessibility of ballot drop boxes. Sections 7 and 16 of this regulation require the county and city clerk to submit a plan to the Secretary of State that relates to ballot drop boxes that are tampered with or rendered inaccessible. Sections 8 and 17 of this regulation require the county and city clerk to establish retrieval teams for the purpose of collecting and transporting mail ballots from ballot drop boxes to the receiving center or to the central counting place as directed by the county or city clerk. Sections 8 and 17 also establish the time frame in which such retrieval teams must collect the mail ballots from the ballot drop boxes. Finally, sections 8 and 17 require the retrieval teams to submit a form to the Secretary of State which describes the chain of custody of the mail ballots collected from the ballot drop boxes. Sections 8 and 19 of this regulation require the county and city clerk to submit a report to the Secretary of State not later than 45 days after each general election. Sections 9 and 18 require the report to include the costs associated with 1, purchasing, installing, and performing maintenance on the ballot drop boxes, and 2, the retrieval teams. At this time, is there anyone who wishes to speak on public comment regarding proposed regulation R093-21?
Yes.
Ms. White, please.
I'm sorry, I'm not ready for the question yet. Apologize.
Ready when
Mr.
you are.
Beatles.
Yeah, so with drop boxes, I mean, it's very simple. We have to abolish the entire Dropbox, system. I mean, even though Wisconsin, I believe Supreme Court, ruled that they abolished the absentee ballot drop boxes. You can see like True the Vote there in Georgia. They found 242 criminals that were paid at least $45,000 per shift per night to fill these drop boxes with God only knows what kind of ballots. These things are designed to cheat. We need a one-day election, in-person voting, and we need to make it a state holiday, period. We can't have drop boxes at all. They're totally designed to just cheat, our vote. They got to go.
Thank you, Mr. Beatles. Ms. Benson?
Hi there. My name is Alita Benson, Political Director for the Nevada Republican Party. We do have a recommendation to improve that we think would improve proposed regulation R093, being cognizant of the fact that there are certain things that are required by AB 321, which passed over our objections. But we think there's a significant public interest in ensuring that all voters have confidence in the ballot collection and processing that happens, especially with this new system in Nevada with all mail-in ballots. We do appreciate that there is a requirement for ballot drop boxes to be locked as specified in section 6.2.a. However, we do not feel that the requirement of a bipartisan team for ballot box retrieval is sufficient. In the interest of building an election system that all parties have faith in, we would request that the bipartisan retrieval teams be changed to have teams that have a party split that reflects the composition of our state, which is roughly 1/3 Democrat, 1/3 Republican, 1/3 nonpartisan and or unaffiliated. We are a true swing state. Not only would this provide additional transparency for the ballot drop boxes, but having a proportional split on the ballot retrieval teams would ensure that all political parties have a vested interest in the safe and secure retrieval of ballot drop boxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. Ms. Thomas?
Thank you. Again, I would like to reiterate that all reference to persons should be either re-corrected to citizens or voters. Not any person should be submitting ballots into these drop boxes. And I also would like to ask if the ballot drop boxes have the same requirements for electioneering as a polling place. Can they be placed where they're, do they still have the requirements that there cannot be any electioneering within 100 feet around these drop boxes? Because many of these drop boxes have signs actually sitting right next to them for electioneering. And then also the item number 2 under section 8, that the retrieval, that for in the sake of verbosity, you could just say the retrieval team shall be comprised of at least 2 persons of differing political parties. The middle sentence is pretty much useless. And I don't know if it should also state something about married couples. They should not be consisting of married couples. That is goes completely against the whole purpose of having a team for transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. To answer your question directly about electioneering in the vicinity of ballot drop boxes, For the most part, across the state, ballot drop boxes, you'll notice, are going to be inside polling locations, so that the electioneering requirements would absolutely still apply. There's been some significant discussion about that going forward, though. If you have a ballot drop box in the middle of a city or in a community, 100 feet in any direction, and it almost becomes a possible bubble of political free speech, so to speak. That's something that we're still interested in and discussing, trying to get our hands around. But as it currently exists, and as this regulation will support, the ballot drop boxes, you'll notice, will be again, for the most part, almost with the exception of maybe one or two across the state, inside a polling location.
Yeah, and for Washoe County, I do realize most of our drop boxes were in the grocery stores and they were manned. So there was the ability to, monitor electioneering around those. But I have seen in other states where they're, like you said, they're just put on a side street next to a post office box and nobody's monitoring it, nobody's manning it. I just want to make sure in Nevada, we man ours.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Ms. White?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple questions. The retrieval team, is there anything that would require them to be Nevada? I mean, if they're going to be working for the elections, then are they supposed to be Nevada residents, registered voters? And how recent? I mean, last election, I believe there was a large influx of California volunteers and recently Nevada registered voters who were working in the elections division. The other question is the ballot boxes. Are there hours when they are open? I mean, I heard someone say they're mostly in the grocery stores, but if they are located someplace else, I mean, is it 24/7 access? And if so, wouldn't it be appropriate to have cameras videotaping what's going on 24/7 at those drop boxes? And just to piggyback onto what Tracy said, person, that language is super important because as I understand it, in many state constitutions, person, the word can also refer to corporations. So yes, it must be a human, not the legal definition of person. And then the last thing is I'm just trying to get a general feeling for what this workshop is. Is this just ticking a box to say that the state sought community input and that really everything is already a done deal, all this language? How much opportunity is there for real change based on some of our questions, comments, and recommendations? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. First of all, NRS 293.217 identifies the requirements. Being a registered voter is a requirement to be an election board officer or poll worker. Second, in regards to what we're doing here today, yes, I take this very seriously. I take your input and your feedback very seriously. Whether it was the written comment I've received so far at the NBElect mailbox at nbelect.sos.gov for anybody that's still interested. But I will tell you, since we drafted these regulations and published the notices, we've received feedback that has resulted in some ideas where we're drafting some changes that prior to the adoption hearing, we will present. Even tomorrow and the day after, there are some proposed regulations where we're going to, as we read off the summary of that regulation, I'm going to explain what our plan is in regards to make modifications based on input from voters like you. This is not a check in the box. A very deliberate part of what we're doing here, in the fact that it's on Zoom, is because, could we have done it here in Carson City? Absolutely. Could we have maybe had one other location down in Las Vegas? Perhaps. But that's not getting to the crux of the issue. Like, I want voters to be involved. I know for a fact that there were people across the state who said, well, you guys are going to do it in Carson, I'm not going to be able to provide input. No, I want the input, very much so. There's no guarantee, of course, that we're going to adopt everybody's suggestions across the board, but certainly we take it into consideration and discuss it. So this is something that, again, part of the process here in the state is very valid.
Okay, and it's just one last clarification. When you said we take this very seriously, we're going to really consider putting something. Who is this we specifically that you're speaking with? And is it a bipartisan? Is it representative of all parties and even proportional representation?
Yes, ma'am. The we specifically, Nevada Secretary of State Barbara Sagaski, again, in her capacity representing every registered voter in our state in a nonpartisan fashion, making sure that, again, that focusing on the rights and abilities of Title 24 as her duties, again, under NRS 294-124 or 293-124 as the chief officer for elections, absolutely is, again, statutorily responsible for the execution and enforcement of Title 24, which again is in kind of normal person speak, every election, every law regarding to elections, state and federal, falls on her to enforce and execute. So yes, she takes this very seriously. And if yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. But I was more specifically talking to you and your team, whoever is writing this language. Who composes that group? Who decides what of our comments are submitted or when the language is changed? Who are those people?
The comments that were submitted, again, I see what you're saying. I think in regards to the, well, again, really like in a very practical sense, right? The written comment, the oral comment that we're receiving, I'll discuss these items with the secretary. We'll discuss it with the clerks and registrars. The draft language, again, we as a team wrote that. There was a legal review process to it. Our Deputy Attorney General is on the line as well. If there's any specific legal questions, he's there to ensure that I'm, again, not speaking out of line, not violating open meeting law, and that we're going through the process as is defined in statutes.
Okay, but you said the key word, we as a team. Who is the team and how many people? What is the job title? What are their job titles?
The elections division.
You specifically, whoever you work with daily to come up
Yes,
with.
ma'am. Yeah. So I'm the, I apologize, but I said it early on, but I'm, again, my name is Mark Voloshin. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State for Elections. In that capacity, I work directly for the Secretary of State. I run the elections division, and my team, we've got 12 positions total, myself included. Right now, there are 3 vacancies that we're looking to fill. But again, the staff, without going into a by name and address sort of description of them, they're all Nevadans. They're all patriots, quite frankly, and dedicated to making sure that Title 24 is administered and executed exactly to the wishes of the Secretary and the law described. So it's, again, it is a team though, but you're right. There are people behind the screen, behind that door right there. That's the elections division. I'm here in the Capitol, right in Carson City. If you ever want coffee, come by and let me know, and we'll sit down and talk about it. But yes, ma'am, we are the people that administer the elections at the state, and we work directly with the 17 clerks and registrars and their direct staffs. Right?
Okay, thank you very much. And what is the name of your team? Just elections division?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that public information who those people are? Could we get their names? We don't have to have their addresses.
I imagine so. There's probably a number of ways, but yes, ma'am. I suspect if you have questions on that sort of thing.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Could you put them in the comment section? And thank you so much. I'll be quiet now.
No, I understand. I appreciate the question. I'll talk to our public information officer about that, ma'am. Given the heightened number of threats that we've received, we've been fairly careful, but I'll work with our Deputy Attorney General, who I'm sure is paying attention now anyway, and or is paying attention rather, and see if we can't get you that information. But more on that certainly later. But thank you. Mr. Hamilton, yes, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton, you're still on mute.
Sorry. If I go in and vote in person, are any mail-in ballots in my name canceled or deleted?
Excellent question.
Thank you.
And this still is again, it's closely affiliated with the regulations, so I'll answer the question. But yes, the bottom line is when you vote in person, your mail ballot is canceled so that if it is ever cast, that comes up and it stops it from getting cast. Yes. Ms. Lee, do you have another comment?
Yes, just for clarification, I just want to make sure that under Section 7, that the plan should be submitted 60 days before. It doesn't say 60 days. I know it's reiterated at other places of the regulation, but I thought it'd be a good idea to add 60 days before the election, that the plan should talk about the ballot boxes. Secondly, if you take a look at Section 8, subsection 6, each retrieval team shall provide description of the chain of custody. It should also include date, time, and place. So that's very specific with respect to chain of custody. Okay, and then also, I just wanted to underscore and reemphasize that a retrieval team of 3 actually makes more sense when you actually think about how the boxes are taken and then put onto a truck. And then just from a practical point of view, those boxes are not all that easy to retrieve. 3 makes less work, right? And it also ensures greater safety and security of the ballots. So 3 actually makes sense. I want to underscore Ms. Benson's comments that having 3 based on political parties makes sense. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. White, do you have something else or? Mr. Beatles?
Yeah, thanks again. Hey, you had mentioned you had a couple openings there. Feel free to put my name in there. I'll work for free. I don't even need a paycheck. Then also for this, you keep quoting the Secretary of State has the power to do this. You quote NRS 293.124 and 293.247. Can you show us there exactly where she has the power to do this? Because I've read it, our attorneys have read it. I don't see it anywhere in there. It just says that the Secretary of State is responsible for the execution and enforcement of these provisions of Title 24 of the NRS. Where does it say that she can create regulations or appoint committees or commissions to redefine regulations? If you look at number 2, it just says the Secretary of State shall adopt such regulations as are necessary. It doesn't say that she is empowered to create regulations or change regulations, just to adopt them. So this entire workshop or hearing, can you please show us where she has the authority to do this?
Yes, sir. One moment, if you will. Again, that second part, the exact line that you talked about, Secretary of State shall adopt regulations such as are necessary to carry out provisions of this section.
Correct. Not create.
Mark, I can speak to that if you want.
The adoption comes from legislature, not from appointed commissions.
Excellent point. Mr. Ott, our Deputy Attorney General, appreciate you joining the call. Do you mind taking this?
So Mr. Beatles, Greg Ott, Deputy Attorney General, signed to represent the Secretary of State. The line that Mark just pointed out, 294.124, or I think it's 293.124.2, the power to adopt generally includes the ability to amend. I would point out that they are following the process set forth in NRS 233B for adoption. And whenever the regulatory process is initiated, it also goes a review of by the Legislative Council Bureau to make sure that the power that the administrative agency is relying on is officially delegated by the legislature. Because as you I think probably we're about to point out, that the power to make laws is given to the legislature, and the secretary can only adopt the regulatory power that has been delegated to her through the legislature. So that's the section that they are relying on, and it has been reviewed by LCB. And you'll see in other statutory provisions throughout NRS, that sort of broad regulatory language is often given to the administrative agencies. For instance, in the Education Code, NRS 385-175 gives the state board some similar powers.
We're curious, so when you look up the legal definition of the word adopt, it says to accept, appropriate, choose, or select. It doesn't say to draft, design, or put forth. So again, I don't see the power here to do this. It comes from legislature, not commissions, especially commissions that were appointed. Not, we didn't vote for these people to represent us.
So certainly that is a dictionary definition. I don't know where it came from, but I will say that the practice throughout the state is that language, adopt such regulations as necessary to carry out the provisions of this chapter, gives the official that has been delegated that authority the ability to adopt, amend, repeal regulations as necessary. And as we talked about earlier, that power is checked by always going to the Legislative Commission, who gives it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, any regulations that are passed. So
Again, that commission is appointed. And again, your definition is not what the legally accepted definition is. So just because you guys are doing it a certain way doesn't make it legal.
So the legislative commission is composed of members of the legislature who are elected.
So who is this legislature commission that is going to be responsible for the vote on February 24th? What are their names?
So that is found on the LCB's website. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but that information about who's on the LegCom is public.
Those people are
information on LCB's website.
You're telling me those people are all elected public servants?
They're members of the legislature.
So they're elected public servants.
Yeah, yes, they're elected officials, members of the assembly or the Senate.
Every single one of them on the commission.
On the legislative commission, yes.
The one that's going to determine whether these proposed regulations are approved or not, are all going to be from our elected representatives.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Sorry, Mark, didn't mean to jump in.
No, thank you, Greg. I appreciate your time as always. And for everyone's awareness as well, I put the link to the legislative interim committees in the chat, which lists, this is the interim, the 21 to 22 interim committee. I believe there's going to be trying to see if there's a new link, but just to give you an idea of who is on the legislative commission, you'll notice that all of their honorifics start with the word assembly, man or woman or senator, just to clarify that one.
Now, these people look like there's a few Republicans, but how many total Republicans, total Democrats?
If I recall right, I thought the latest breakdown was 50-50.
Interesting.
6 and 6, maybe? I can't recall exactly offhand. But I'm sure if you go to the staff, identifies the director, there's a phone number there, and certainly they'd be able to entertain any other questions you have about the makeup of legislative commission. Going back to the regulations, though, if there's anybody that still has comments, public comment regarding proposed regulation R093-21, please raise your hand and we will. Ms. Thomas, please.
I just wanted to clarify on a previous comment that was made as far as the drop boxes. The whole box is not picked up by these members of 3. The contents of the boxes, well, in Washoe County, were actually emptied out and put into secure bags that had Ziploc, sequential numbered Ziploc ties on them. And, you know, the team that was releasing the number of ballots wrote on that and signed that sheet that this is the number of ballots they were releasing at this time and date to this team. And then that team took it down to the registrar's office. And when they turn it into the registrar's office, that bag is unlocked, or, you know, cut open, the tags cut open, and everything's documented again. So it's not that these 3 people are physically having to lift this big, huge box. If the contents of it is emptied out with each pickup. So just to kind of clarify that, that was at least for Washoe County. So that's all I can attest to on that.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. And to clarify, Ms. Lee is correct, though, for Clark County. There are, again, one of the beautiful things about our state is the differences in how the clerks and registrars address the needs of their unique electorates. In Clark County, given the large number of ballots that are put into drop boxes, they do physically take one, keep it secured, bring it back to the central location, and then replace it with an empty one. In other counties, like you mentioned in Washoe, it's a slightly different process to attain the same goal. In other places, Esmeralda, for example, with 607 registered voters at this point, it's also, as you can imagine, a considerably different process. But I do appreciate the clarity. Are there any other comments on proposed regulation R093-21? Okay, if nothing else, public comment on R093-21 is closed. And I will open up the workshop for R094-21. Okay, proposed regulation, LCB file number R094-21. Existing law requires the county and city clerks to mail each active registered voter and each person who registers to vote or updates his or her voter registration information, and not later than 14 days before an election, a mail ballot for all elections. Existing law also, 1, establishes certain procedures for processing and counting mail ballots received by a county or city clerk, and 2, authorizes a county or city clerk to process and count mail ballots by computer or other electronic means. Sections 2 and 5 of this regulation require, beginning on the first day of the period for early voting, each county and city clerk to 1, count all return envelopes returned by mail in person at the clerk's office or deposited in a ballot box, 2, batch and return envelopes, and 3, record the total number of return envelopes received. Sections 2 and 5 further require each county and city clerk to forward any return envelope received for a different county or city to the county or city clerk of the correct county or city. Sections 3 and 6 of this regulation require the county or city clerk to 1, perform periodic audits of employees of the clerk's office whose regular duties involve checking signatures on mail ballots, and 2, if the county or city clerk uses an electronic device to sort mail ballots to capture a digital image of a voter's signature, to test the electronic device before it is so used to ensure the electronic device is able to properly sort mail ballots clearly and accurately capture the digital image of a signature on a mail ballot as applicable. At this time, is there anybody who's interested in providing public comment specifically regarding proposed regulation R094-21? Ms. Benson, please.
Hi there, thank you. Hello, my name is Alita Benson, Political Director for the Nevada Republican Party. We have some specific recommendations to include proposed regulation R094-21P. This testimony is strictly to address the proposed regulatory amendments, not the pre-existing NAC. There are 3 sections where increased transparency is recommended. Section 3.3. This section covers publishing the results. One recommendation for transparency, pardon me, would be to publish the results of the test of any electronic device within 1 business day of completion, and include a standard for the digital resolution required for signatures to be a valid record. Currently, under the proposed regulation, it is undefined. In section 5, a requirement to publish to the public electronically and by posting daily the amount of returned envelopes received by precinct or polling place. And finally, in section 6.3, maintaining the digital images of ballot envelopes in line with the 22-month timeline for preservation of ballot materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Velashton. If you take a look at regulation, proposed regulation 94-21, we talk about return envelopes. And we're assuming that we're talking about return envelopes with valid signatures. Is this the place where you perhaps should be talking about return envelopes where they're being returned because the person no longer resides in that particular district, or I mean at the address? Because we talked, I think at one point, if there are in fact a whole bunch of ballots are, say, at an apartment complex and the people have moved, can a person immediately just write return to sender or bring those ballots over to the county clerk's office for invalidation? That's number 1. So when we talk about return envelopes here in this section, I'm assuming we're talking about return envelopes that have signatures on them, as opposed to return envelopes that don't have them. That's number 1. Secondly, when you talk about in section 3, subsection 2, the county clerk shall perform periodic audits of each employee in the office of the county clerk, whose regular duties include checking signatures on mail ballots. If the county clerk finds an employee has an irregular acceptance or rejection rate, the county clerk must retrain the employee or prohibit the employee from checking signatures on ballots. It's rather vague and ambiguous as to what constitutes irregular acceptance or rejection rate. Is there a way that we could perhaps put a number to that? Perhaps 30%, 40%? It's too vague and ambiguous for the county clerk to even define what constitutes irregular acceptance or rejection rate. And those are my comments for that particular section.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. That's right at 2 minutes too. Very well timed. In regards to the returning of the ballots, this is actually to address a situation where more specifically if an individual, especially here in the Carson City area, and there's certain kind of key nodes across the state where individuals transit back and forth across county lines. It's occurred in the past, and this is something that came out of the 2020 election cycle, where an individual maybe didn't realize that the ballot drop box or the polling location where they dropped off their ballot was actually in an adjacent county to their original, where their county of residence is. Just to clarify a procedure so that a county clerk, for example, in Carson that receives a ballot for a voter in Lyon County to enable the clerk to then, before signature verification, but just simply to get that ballot, date stamp it so that we identify when it was turned in, and then get it over to the appropriate county clerk or registrar for future processing. But this is before the signature verification process and the rest of it has occurred. And thank you for the rest of your comments. We're certainly taking into consideration. Mr. Beatles.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So as regards to this, it says section 3 and 6. If the county or city clerk uses an electronic device to sort mail ballots or capture a digital image of a voter's signature to test the electronic device before it is so used to ensure that the electronic device is able to properly sort mail ballots or clearly and accurately capture the digital image of a signature on a mail ballot. I mean, it's simple, if we just get rid of signature verification and only vote in person and only allow official picture IDs to verify a voter, it's the end of the issues, right? Because signatures just merely verify that a voter has cast a ballot. It doesn't verify that, hey, you just sent 500 ballots to an empty lot and some operative got there and signed all 500 and sent them to you, and now they're counted as ballots cast. Also, Penny has a great question in the chat, and it's also one that I sent to you guys via Freedom of Information Act that I'm still waiting for a response on. So that'd be great if you could address what I just mentioned, and then also what Penny has in the chat there.
Thank you for your comments. One moment, let me see. How much money has been appropriated by the state for 2022 elections? How much federal money does the state and counties get? How much grant money? Is there a loan program for counties to purchase electronic voting systems? Does the state negotiate contract for the electronic systems on behalf of the counties? And how much money does each county spend on the elections? Penny, excellent questions. I would love to discuss them, but unfortunately, again, two things. One, it's not agendized. And so I'm certain Mr. Ott would pop back up to correct me and keep me focused on the agenda today. Definitely open to discussing these issues. And if you're looking for the specific information, I think that the best bet, frankly, though, would be to reach out to our public information officers, similar to what Mr. Beatles said about requesting it. That way we can make sure that we're not giving you kind of a snappy, quick answer, but a much more methodical, researched answer. I guarantee you, again, the public request process, while maybe a bit time intensive, unfortunately, especially with the vacancies that we have, is being adhered to, and our PIO will get you the information to the soonest that she possibly can. It will, I guarantee you, come, but unfortunately not able to discuss that right now. Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. In the section 3 and section 6, it indicates that a single employee is verifying signatures. It should be a signature team of employees verifying these signatures, because there's another NRS statute that basically states that if there is a discrepancy in the signature verification between two different workers, then it must be brought to the attention. Well, if there's not two workers checking it, how is there going to be a discrepancy? So it needs to be a signature team, not an employee.
Thank you for your comments. Definitely take it into consideration, and we'll have to clarify prior to adoption. At this time, are there any other comments or anybody else interested in providing public comment on proposed regulation R094-12? Ms. White.
I hope this is the right section to state this, but as far as I'm just thinking about Clark County in the last election, where I read in media that the machines were having difficulty verifying signatures. So whoever the registrar is in Clark, I can't remember his name, he eventually just reduced the accuracy of the machine almost down to zero, and they were accepting all of them. So it points to problems with the verification that's done digitally, you know, with the software. So what in here is going to address preventing the registrar from just saying, oh, forget it, our machine's not working, we got to get this done, and so just accept all the signatures? What in here is going to protect or give, because how can a team of signature verifiers go through millions of ballots? They can't. And so the registrar was relying upon the software to do the job, and the job didn't get done by the software because it was kicking out too many. So what in here is to protect the integrity of the envelope signatures if the software fails? Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. One moment. Okay, apologize for the delay. Just want to make sure my notes were down. So a couple things. One, as Ms. Riva put into the question, or put into the chart, the chat, the registrar of voters in Clark County is Mr. Joe Gloria. I will tell you again, having worked with him now for a couple of years, he's a man of integrity. He's a man, again, that is dedicated to supporting the needs of his electorate. The issues about the Agilist machine that you're citing, I think actually, from what I remember hearing, I think it was actually the other way around. There was a lot of accusations that it was letting too many ballots go through. And so the fact that, again, it rejected 70% and required humans to look at those was part of the narrative that was left out, because it didn't support that a machine was doing that. But I think you hit on an excellent point with the number of increasing mail ballots and to meet statutory requirements. It is one of the tools that is used across the nation. Because it's not really related to this regulation, I can't go into my normal monologue about the Agilist machine, how it's used, what it does, in the process that you talked about in regards to adjusting the machine. I will quickly say it was done to manufacturer standards while the manufacturer was standing next to Mr. Gloria's team as they worked on the Agilist machine to prepare it for the 2020 election cycle. Specifically the general, they actually rented it for the primary, and used it effectively, and then used it again in the general. But that is something, again, the integrity of signatures in this process is something that I know Mr. Gloria takes extremely personally and is very dedicated, just like all election officials across the state are. The regulations in this one, and you'll notice in others, again, defining and working to set into regulation certain standards relating to electronic machines is a very deliberate part of our continued effort to look at the things that we're doing, make sure that they're not just being done haphazardly, that we're defining these using best practices, and again, working closely with manufacturers in some cases, so that if there's a standard of how a machine is designed to function, that's exactly what we're going to use. So it is something I appreciate your comments. We'll certainly take it into consideration, and that's a kind of overarching theme, right? Modernize, increase clarity for the clerks in regards to their expectations, and increase public transparency. Again, you'll continue to hear about today and for the next 2 days afterwards, and frankly, even long beyond that. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you for that. But I'm sure you do know that there's huge distrust of those electronic voting systems, huge. And so it's also kind of worrisome that there would be one of the manufacturer's representatives there monitoring what's happening.
No, ma'am, and I apologize for suggesting that. Not monitoring. This is part of the initial setup. Similar to when, whenever the code on any voting system is going to be modified, there's this extensive and elaborate process that, again, I can't really go into right now because it's not on the agenda, but I would love to discuss with you and to tell you. And depending on where you're at in the state, I may be able to even, again, come talk to you in person about it and kind of walk you through it. But there is an elaborate process to make sure that everything that's done with a system is done to very specific standards. And usually at the starting point, that involves discussions with the manufacturers. As we get to the point where the election's going on, they don't get to come into the room. We keep them at arm's distance to make sure that, again, it's just the clerks and their staff that are there working on these systems. And in fact, you'll notice that there's across the state, counties routinely, over the years, certainly prior to 2018 in the upgrade, they would have X number of machines. If one didn't start right, they wouldn't use it during the election. Period. Like there's no risk. There's no chance. There's no, it's fine. We'll work. No, like they're just as dedicated to this process as you are. So it is a concern that, and I appreciate you highlighting it. Any other comments or questions regarding proposed regulation R 094-21? If not at this time, then I will go ahead and close public comment on R 094-21 and open the hearing on R 095-21. Okay, proposed regulation, LCB file number R 095-21. Existing law requires one, a county and city clerk to establish procedures for the processing and counting of mail ballots, and two, authorizes a county and city clerk to review the signature of a voter on a mail ballot manually or by electronic means. Sections 2 and 5 of this regulation provide that an electronic device used in an election to verify signatures on mail ballots may only be connected to a computer network for maintenance and support, and such a computer network must be closed, secure, and behind a firewall. Section 2 and 5 further require that the county and city clerk must keep maintenance logs documenting certain information regarding maintenance performed on the electronic device. Existing law provides that if a county or city clerk uses an electronic device to verify signatures on mail ballots, the clerk must, one, conduct a test of the accuracy of every electronic device before the election, two, perform daily audits of the electronic device during the processing of ballots for the election, and three, prepare an audit report. Sections 3 and 6 of this regulation set forth requirements for the daily audit of an electronic device used to verify signatures on mail ballots. Sections 3 and 6 provide that if during the daily audit, a manual review of signatures verified by the electronic device results in a signature being rejected by the auditors that was verified by the electronic device fails the audit, and the county or city clerk must stop using the device immediately and notify the Secretary of State. At this time, I'll open public comment on proposed regulation R 095-21. If there's anybody interested in making public comment on proposed regulation R 095-21, go ahead and please raise your hand. Ms. Thomas, please.
Again, this is a perfect example under where you're using bipartisan election board officers, a team, to verify these signatures. This same team should cross over to mail ballots as well as in-person voting. When a person is doing that signature check, there should be a team verifying that signature, not one single point of failure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hindle.
Yes, thank you. Jim Hindle again, Vice Chair of the Nevada Republican Party. The Nevada Republican Party has recommendations to improve R 095-21P. During the 2020 election, we were repeatedly assured that we would be able to have poll watchers observe the signature verification process. Unfortunately, these assurances were not met in our largest counties, and poll watchers suffered discrimination as they were not allowed to observe the signature validation process, our only check on these ballots. Across the regulations, we would like it defined within the NAC that signature verification must be meaningful and must be conducted by teams that are representative of the electorate and be comprised of Nevada registered Republican, Democrat, and nonpartisan voters. Throughout this proposed regulation, there are references to audits which would only target 1% of the randomly sampled ballots. we would suggest increasing this to a sample of at least 10% of the mail ballots received in the prior 24-hour period. Any reference to a bipartisan election board, again, I want to emphasize that we recommend be changed to a team representing at least the three major segments of the Nevada electorate: registered Nevada Democrat, Republican, and nonpartisan voters. We think that that is an extremely critical aspect of any type of verification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hindle. Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Lashin. If you take a look at page 2, it's actually section 3, subsection 2. It says a team of bipartisan election board officers appointed by the county clerk shall manually review the signatures. There is, in the last section, R094-21, you had that if an individual election board member had irregular acceptance or rejection rate, then they need to be retrained. Do you have the same thing for the team of bipartisan election board officers? Because if you have a team that has irregular acceptance or rejection rate, then certainly that's something that needs to be addressed. Similarly to R094-21, where there's a regulation that talks specifically about if a particular election board member has irregular acceptance or rejection rate, the county clerk must retrain the employee or prohibit the employee from checking signatures on mail ballots. I think the same should also apply to teams. Thank you, Mr. Lashin.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Certainly something we'll take into consideration. Okay, Ms. White, yes, ma'am.
Just one last thing, when you're talking about being behind a firewall, I'm not a techie or a secured network, but just because you don't see cables, Ethernet cables going in or out, doesn't mean that they're secured. You can have Wi-Fi in various ways. Isn't there anything just a little bit more secure than just saying not connected and a firewall? Because those can be breached. Isn't that true?
So in regards to the cybersecurity requirements, there's actually a number that are state required. There's additional layers of county requirements, and then there's other certain ones that are required here as well across Title 24. These that we are identifying in this regulation are merely an attempt to kind of capture the nature of them, but you're right, that there are ultimately not only more that we're talking about, but these are numerous ways to restrict and prevent. The bottom line is that they're not going to be connected to the internet when in use. But again, I appreciate your comment. I understand what your intent is, and we'll make a note appropriately. Okay, perfect. A couple questions in the chat. One from Ms. Penny. Notices were published for the adoption hearing, and really, I guess the bottom line here is when it comes to the regulatory process, the Office of the Attorney General publishes an administrative rulemaking guide that lays out and it cites all of the statutes and requirements to conduct this exact process that we're going through. One of those it defines is the need to publicly notice certain documents. We have, and even for the, you do workshops to gather feedback from the public. You move forward, there's an adoption hearing prior to that meeting that Mr. Ott talked about with Legislative Commission. We did publicly notice those as well. They didn't come up in the top 3 because we have, well, a couple of things. One, we wanted these 3 to come up so people didn't get confused, but we did notice them, pursuant to the required statutes and with the appropriate timelines. I can send you the links to the adoption hearings. Really, it's just a different Zoom link to make sure that the dates and information is out there. Because again, we haven't adopted any or changed rather any of the language from these workshops yet. I just want to clarify that. Okay, I think that's actually, there's no other questions. Is there any other comments, public comments on proposed regulation R095-21? Okay, if not, then I will close public comment on R095-21. And I will open the workshop on R096-21. Okay, proposed regulation LCB file number R096-21. Existing law authorizes a county or city clerk to create such boards and appoint officers as the clerk deems necessary for the expeditious processing of ballots. Sections 2 and 5 of this regulation authorize a county clerk and city clerk to create vote adjudication boards for the purpose of resolving the intent of a voter in casting a ballot. The voter's selection in relation to a particular race or ballot question cannot be determined using a mechanical device or other electronic means. Existing law authorizes a county clerk and city clerk to create ballot duplicating boards, whose duties include receiving damaged ballots and preparing exact copies of damaged ballots so that the duplication boards may later be counted. Section 3 and 6 of this regulation, 1, set forth certain procedures for a ballot duplicating board when duplicating a ballot, and 2, require each county and city clerk to submit for the approval of the Secretary of State a procedure for duplicating ballots before it is used in the county or city as applicable. At this time, I will open public comment on proposed regulation R096-21. If there's anybody interested in speaking or providing public comment about proposed regulation R096-21, please go ahead and raise your hand in the chat. Ms. White, please. Ms. White?
I'm sorry. The language says if practicable, the members must be of different political parties. It's not if practicable, it's mandatory. If you can't get a different political party members to look at the ballots, to watch the duplication procedures, the entire thing with damaged ballots, then it shouldn't proceed. I don't want to think, well, I just hope there are enough of this party or enough of this party so that I can have some trust in the process. It must be, not if practicable. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I do know, for what it's worth, part of the reason that the word practicable has ended up in certain regulations, in part, is to address the fact that in some of our rural counties, it's hard to find individuals of certain parties. And so again, the goal is to not eliminate or otherwise disenfranchise or eliminate legitimately cast ballots by illegal voters. When really, again, if the machines, and it's an impressive process, eager to show you one day if there's ever a chance that you're interested in seeing it, where they pick up if there's a question or even a dot in the wrong bubble, it'll say, wait a minute, can't deduce voter intent. This needs to go to a human. The machine will not assume or guess. And therefore it goes to that bipartisan team for addressing. But I appreciate your comments. Certainly will take them into consideration.
So I understand it, but even in the small rural counties, I'm sure that they could come up with one person of every party to be a participant in this duplication thing. I don't believe there's any county that's just solid one party. And if so, I mean, you must have, it must be, not if practicable. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Beatles.
Yeah, thank you. To Valerie's point too, I mean, there's plenty of people out there that would be willing to do this. And then when you said that it would go to a person to verify, I mean, if you look at Georgia, for instance, 94% of the vote in these counties were adjudicated, meaning one person decided where 94% of the votes went. So that is unacceptable. You need to have people from both sides. You can't leave it to one person to decide where 94% of the voters, what their intent to vote was. That is ridiculous. But as to this regulation change that you're proposing, I sent you about 15 different paragraphs of all the issues we have with it. So I'll try to burn through as many as I can in the 2 minutes. But the regs herein give power and duties to an adjudication board. There are so many issues that stem from that which are not addressed, including, to her point, who gets to appoint the members, how are the members chosen, and their rights to lodge complaints and have them resolved quickly and properly, and more. We object, the regs ignore human verification by putting the onus of electronic devices. So let's go back to human verification when counting and adjudicating. One of the provisions in the workshops require clerks to be forensic signature verifiers. If they can do that, they can verify a ballot image using the same tools such as ultraviolet and infrared lights, checks and weights and measurements, and other non-intrusive and non-tampering methods prescribed by the state. Calibration marks, and alignment, barcode, visible misprints, all that stuff. And to that point right there, they purposely, in a lot of cases, they can mess up the ballots on purpose. So that way they have to be adjudicated by a person, and then that person can decide where all those votes go. So a new subsection should be included. All ballots shall be scanned at 600 DPI or better, and the image files indefinitely stored with the clerk for purposes of an audit, which we're still not able to do. We can't verify the paper ballots. We can't audit the source code of these machines. How can we trust the selection system? If the ballot cannot be scanned for whatever reason, a photo of the ballot shall be taken at high resolution using a digital camera. There may be a cost for secure data storage depending on how it's done, but a portable encrypted hard drive in a fireproof safe in a secure room is secure, and that is not expensive. There should be a new section that says adjudication boards shall contain 5 members, so not to tie, as the votes may incur. Just like you said with this commission, there's 6 and 6. So what happens when there's a tie? Say all the Republicans vote one way, the Democrats vote the other. What happens in that case? I'm curious to know. And who's going to be the tiebreaker? Also, in section 5.1 and 6.1, we need a new section. Adjudication boards shall contain 5 members of the 3 major parties or up to 5 unique party members who have been submitted by their party. Should be a new section. Adjudication boards shall have at least 5 silent witnesses.
Ms. Belis, it's been 2 minutes. I'm sorry. I do have your, again, like I said, your written comment though, and I appreciate you submitting it. But we'll take it into consideration. Mr. Hindle, please.
Thank you, Mark. Not to belabor the point, but again, Jim Hindle, Vice Chair of the Nevada Republican Party. Not to belabor the point, but as it's been talked about by the 2 prior testimony, we very much feel that the adjudication board must have representation from multiple segments of the electorate, registered Nevada Republicans, Democrats, nonpartisan, recognizing that there is a challenge in maybe some of our smaller rural counties, but that does not release the burden upon the clerks or the registrars to comprise a valid team that does meaningful observation, meaningful adjudication of ballots. Additionally, in order to increase transparency and accessibility, and given the contentious nature of the adjudication board, having their actions recorded under conventional surveillance equipment and shared with the public, available to the public, would ensure that any member of the public can provide oversight and have confidence in the transparency of the process. Additionally, in section 2.2 and 5.2, it states that the vote adjudication board shall resolve the intent of a voter in casting his or her ballot. I have great concern with anybody trying to understand the intent of a voter because there is inherent bias and no one can understand that truly. But I know that there is tradition involved here and legal aspects, legal precedent. But given the behavior of our largest county in 2020, where no Republican observer was allowed to observe the vote adjudication process, it is essential that a structure and action matrix for how this vote adjudication board shall ascertain the intent of the voter be published at least 45 days before the start of ballot counting. The same recommendations we have for section 2.2 and 5.2 are also applicable to section 6 of this proposed regulation, and we recommend the revision accordingly. Thank you for your consideration of this.
Thank you, Mr. Hindle. Okay, is there any other public comment regarding proposed regulation R096-21? Ms. White? Ms. White, do you have a public comment for this one?
Yes, I do, and I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to hit that mute. Is there any way that these adjudication people can be by precinct? I mean, when a ballot is sent to be adjudicated for signature or whatever, it's not precinct specific, right? I mean, could all of those adjudication things be batched together by precinct, sorted by precinct, so that actual precinct members, residents could do the adjudicating? Or is that just too big a can of worms?
We'll take it into consideration. I do know you're right. That, again, at the end of the day, given the number of precincts that we have and those requirements, I could see it being a difficult thing to attain. But again, like I said, we'll certainly consider it. Difficult doesn't mean impossible, and that certainly there's a lot of things that we've done across the state to ensure election security that are difficult or impossible or would have been perceived to be so 5 or 10 years ago. So I appreciate your comments, and we'll certainly take into consideration. If there's no other public comment for proposed regulation R097-21, I will close public comment on R096. Sorry, if there's no further public comment on proposed regulation R096-21, I will close public comment. And we will open the workshop regarding proposed regulation LCB number R097-21. R097-21. Existing law requires each county and city clerk to 1, prepare and distribute sample ballots for an election, and 2, ensure that a copy of each sample ballot is posted at each polling place. Existing regulations require that the county or city clerk prepare a sufficient number of explanations of the questions on the ballot so that in relevant part, he or she can post at least 2 copies of the explanations in each precinct. Sections 3 and 10 of this regulation provide instead that the county or city clerk prepare a sufficient number of explanations of the questions on the ballot so that in relevant part, he or she can post at least 2 copies of the explanation in each polling place. Existing law authorizes 1, the county clerk or city clerk to establish 1 or more polling places in the city or county as applicable, where any person entitled to vote in the county or city by personal appearance may do so on the day of the primary election, primary city election, general election, or general city election, and 2, any person entitled to vote in the county or city as applicable by personal appearance to do so at any polling place. A polling place where any person entitled to vote in the county or city by personal appearance may do so is commonly known as a vote center. Existing regulations require that the county or city clerk, as applicable, prepare certain election supplies and equipment for each precinct, including at least 3 copies of each sample ballot which pertains to the election. Sections 4 and 13 of this regulation instead require that the county or city clerk, as applicable, prepare certain election supplies and equipment for each polling place. If the polling place is a vote center, the election supplies and equipment must include a means to print each sample ballot which pertains to the election upon request. Sections 2 and 8 of this regulation define the term vote center. Existing law requires each voting system used by a county or city to provide voting materials in English and certain other language as required by federal law or authorized by the clerk. Existing regulations provide that if a procedure for bilingual voting is used in the county or city, each county and city clerk must prepare for each polling place certain required notices in the appropriate foreign language. Sections 5 and 12 of this regulation provide instead that if a procedure for multilingual voting is used in the county or city, certain notices must be provided in the appropriate foreign languages. Existing regulations provide that if a difference exists between the number of persons voting and the number of ballots cast in an election, the difference must be reported in writing to the county or city clerk as applicable, together with any known reasons for the difference. Sections 6 and 14 of this regulation provide instead that after the close of polls on the day of the election board must determine the total number of 1, persons who applied to vote and voted in person at the polling place, and 2, ballots cast at the polling place. If a difference exists between these numbers, the difference must be reported to the county or city clerk as applicable, together with any known reasons for the difference. Sections 1 and 9 of this regulation provide a similar process for each day of voting during the period for early voting. Existing law requires the city clerk to appoint and notify registered voters to act as election board officers for the various polling places and precincts in the city. Existing regulations provide that if an election board of more than 3 members is required to accommodate the number of registered voters in any precinct, the city clerk may appoint as many additional members as he or she believes are necessary or desirable. Section 11 of this regulation provides instead that if an election board of more than 3 members is required to accommodate the number of registered voters who may vote at a polling place or in any precinct, the city clerk may appoint as many additional members as he or she believes are necessary or desirable. Existing regulations require that there be an adequate supply, as determined by the city clerk, of voting booths for each precinct. Section 15 of this regulation requires instead that there be an adequate supply of voting booths as determined by the city clerk for each polling place. Existing regulations provide that for a city election, if any polling place is closed early because of the voters registered in the precinct have voted, the election board is required to notify the members of the counting board of the closing immediately. Section 16 of this regulation provides instead that if any polling place that is not a vote center is closed early because all the voters registered in the precinct have voted, the election board is required to notify the members of the counting board of the closing immediately. At this time, I will open public comment on proposed regulation R097-21. If anybody's interested in making public comment, please go ahead and raise your hands now in the chat or comment in the chat. Mr. Beatles.
Hey, thanks again, Mark. So with this one right here, it says vote centers, if an election board of more than 3 members is required to accommodate the number of registered voters who may vote at a polling place or in a precinct. So this would be where a minimum requirements for a 3-member election board. What are those requirements? And you can see the NRS 293.2735 for that. And it should state that 100 voter minimum per precinct should be there as well. So we need a new subsection. Each precinct with at least 100 voters shall be responsible for its own vote gathering, counting, tabulating, and reporting to the register, except in rural areas where we might be able to combine a bunch of precincts if they don't have the population. NRS 293.2735. Also need a new subsection. Every precinct shall attempt to engage each political party in their county so the parties may be equally represented in the performance of precinct county election duties. It means poll workers, managers, supervisors, credentialed observers, etc. We need to clean up the obsolete regulations based on the above. And then per section 16 of the NAC 293C.400, we need a new subsection that says National Guard presence at all polling, counting, tabulating, and adjudicating areas to ensure that errant ballot dumps don't happen, to dissuade agitators, to dissuade disruptors and bad actors from interfering in our election process. Also need a new subsection that says all cast ballots shall be placed in a ballot box that sits in plain view of all the workers and public attendees and shall never leave the site during their presence. Also, we need to clean up the obsolete regulations based on what I just said as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas?
Thank you. I just wanted to, not to sound like a broken record, but all references to person need to be changed to citizen or voter, because not every person is allowed to apply to vote. And in light of events happening in other states, it is imperative that we do this in our regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Benson?
Hi there. Thank you, Alita Benson, Political Director for the Nevada Republican Party. We do have some recommendations to improve proposed regulation R097. And also just want to second Ms. Thomas's comment on changing things to citizen. Love it. Thank you. In section 1.1 of the proposed regulation, the election board officer is required to collect information on the daily counts for early voting on a number of criteria. We recommend that in addition to the regulation requiring that they provide this information to any poll observer who requests the information that is detailed in this section, and that the direction for providing this to poll observers or poll watchers be included in any and all written training materials to ensure consistency across all counties. Additionally, as detailed in section 9.1 of the proposed regulations, a recommendation to increase transparency in the election process would be to require county election officials to publish daily by polling place the summary of the counts on who voted, ballots cast, any discrepancies, and any known reasons for the difference that are detailed in that section. In the past, we've only been able to obtain these under much delayed Freedom of Information Act requests or not been able to obtain them at all when those were not answered. So we feel that this is an essential measure for the public to be able to pinpoint turnout trends and potential discrepancies before the election is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. Ms. White?
Yeah, it said that, if there's any discrepancy between the number of voters who voted and the number of ballots must be reported. Well, if there's a discrepancy, then what? I mean, oh, okay, so the paperwork was made. Here, there was a difference. We didn't, balance them. Then what? I mean, just reporting them is not solving the problem, and it needs to be solved that day, not, at the end of the election when we find out there's, 200,000 more votes, ballots than there were voters. So then what? Then the other thing is, all of the language, and this is kind of a general thing to all the regulations that have been talked about today and will tomorrow and the next day. Did all of the language for suggested additions or deletions, was this all the work of your team, or was there any external input from outside parties or organizations or individuals? Did you write, your team, did you write every bit of this and you did it by yourself without any recommendations from external entities?
Is that all your question, ma'am, or is that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So, one moment. Two things on that. So yes, bottom line, we, and myself included, and then again, really there was about 3 specific staff members that drafted these documents initially. In very similar template that you see here, right? That it's kind of a legislative norm where it's the existing in black, and then modifications. You're going to remove stuff in red, additions in blue. We drafted it in that exact template and then provided it to LCB Legal as part of the review process, where they helped put it into this kind of more refined template. But in regards to, I mean, like, were we soliciting input from, I guess even in regards to the ideas, maybe I think this is what you're getting at, in regards to the ideas of these regulations that we drafted, as we progress through an election cycle, and this is something that occurs both at the state as well as at the county level. Clerks will notice something, or part of my staff will see something and say, I feel like that, it says here that we have to receive documents via, certified mail or facsimile. Can't we just get it scanned and emailed since it's 2022? In addition, for some routine report, for example. So then we mark it down as an idea. As we get close to the end of an election cycle, we have a process where, again, we discuss these. All right, hey, here's the list of 400 ideas or 10 ideas or whatever it ends up being. We also discuss it with the clerks to see which ideas they have in regards to proposed regulations. And then we discuss which ones, again, are really get to the root of what we talked about, right? There's 3 things in particular. But then ultimately it goes to LCB Legal for review as well, to make sure that again, we're not exceeding the Secretary's statutory authorities and those sorts of things either. In regards to the discrepancies, that's a great point that you brought up also, and I will speak to that very quickly. A lot of folks don't realize that there's a number of reasons that we capture and catch and identify discrepancies in these processes, but this is also one of those day-to-day processes that we absolutely do. Every day this occurs across the state, where when you check in an in-person voting location, there's a number, when you again physically check in, there's a number that's recorded at the end of the day. And then they check the machines to see, again, we have 5 people that came into the building to vote. How many machines? We have 5 machines that record 1 ballot each. Good. Okay. Or 1 ballot cast. Doesn't, we're not able to see what, who voted for what, that sort of thing. But that's what we're looking at. That sort of consistency in who checked in and then what's on the machines. These discrepancies, oddly enough, and it was kind of surprising to me when I first got into the elections business as well, so to speak, is that not everybody votes when they get to a machine. There's a thing called fled voters, for example. Someone will check in, walk up to the machine, and then we don't know. Do they get a text saying, hey, you need to get home immediately, we need to go to the hospital? Is there some issue they remembered that they have to get to? And then they walk out. Could it be a machine concern, or maybe they look at the entire list of candidates and just go, no, I'm good, and walk out? We don't know, right? And nobody frankly admits to that. But at the end of the day, we catch that because it's a discrepancy. Then we say, hey, wait, 5 people came into the building. We know who those 5 voters are, but only 4 of the machines say they have 1 ballot cast. That's a discrepancy. That gets reported immediately. If there's a reason to identify a fled voter, again, we can't chase people down. Did you vote? Hey, we need to know that you voted. Like that obviously wouldn't happen. In fact, there are individuals who have admitted and said, yeah, for whatever reason, and just left. We don't know why. The goal is to reduce it, right? The goal is to make sure that when we capture it, because discrepancies like that are absolutely worthy of note and something that we want the public to be aware of. But 2, it's kind of hard to prevent or fix when you don't know who exactly it was or why. But those are the sorts of discrepancies. It's not, hey, we had 5 people come in today and then there's 30 votes on the machines. Well, that's great. Like it's never a positive, that there's extra votes being cast. But those are discrepancies, again, that we want to be aware of, and you require the clerks to notify us about. So I appreciate your question and comments.
Thank you, but that didn't really answer the question. What is the consequence? What is the imbalance? How is it rectified?
In many cases, it's not, because we can't, again, if we had 5 people come in, we can't contact them all and demand they come back. We don't know who it was, right? Because we don't associate, even what machine you necessarily went to. We have a way to track, because on the machine itself, so that you're recorded. For example, if you're in a county that uses Dominion machines, your vote's actually recorded in 4 different locations, whether you realize it or not. There's 3 hard drives, 2 USB plugs and an internal one, and then that VV pad I talked about, the voter verifiable paper audit trail. The votes that you touch and cast are recorded in all 4 of those. And we check to make sure that the 4 of those line up, but we don't have a way to do anything. And to answer your question extremely directly, that in many cases, nothing, because we simply don't have a way to address it other than to capture it and to be aware of it.
Well, I just thank you for your answer. I appreciate you trying your hardest, but it doesn't make me have any more trust in the system, because, I mean, many states, counties, they came up with far more votes, no, far more ballots and votes cast for candidates than there were actual voters. And so the daily, balancing really means nothing if there's not going to be some action to rectify. And I don't know, maybe it means including another exit process for somebody to confirm, yes, I voted, instead of, just the disappearing or whatever you called it.
A flood
just
voter.
to make sure there's in and out should equal. It should equal every single time. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else that has comments regarding proposed regulation R097-21?
Just to what Valerie had said, if you get a second, the people have kind of spoken across the nation. They don't want mail-in ballots. They want voter day, not voter month. They want in person only. They don't want machines. They want precinct voting and certification, not these central locations. They want a transparent and free and fair, election. And just going to paper ballots would be about 10% of the cost, according to New Hampshire, that has 850,000 people. It's about 10% of the cost of using these machines. They don't want people taking outside money. 90% of the Republicans, they don't trust, our election system here. 41% of the Democrats don't trust it. We're ranked 50th worst in the country here in Nevada. I mean, if we can't audit the ballots and we can't audit the source code to these machines, we really have a sham of an election system, and everybody knows it. So I'm just curious. I mean, the people have kind of spoken. You've seen this across the country. Why are these public servants so dead set against going against what the people want?
Mr. Beatles, I will say that I'm going to try to steer us back to the regulations. I will simply say every state's different and every state runs their own elections. I'm glad New Hampshire runs the elections the way they do, but I don't want a New Hampshire voter having anything to do with Nevada elections, right? So when people across the nation speak about stuff, interesting and informative, again, I have a close relationship with many of my counterparts, the other election directors across the country, right? There's only about 50 of us, and we talk frequently, and it's interesting hearing about what other states do. I'm worried about what Nevada does. I know it's Title 24. I understand the needs of the Nevada electorate. Other states, I don't.
Right, but if we could save 90% of our money and have almost certainty in our election process, why wouldn't we entertain that?
Appreciate your comments, Mr. Beatles, and I'll take into consideration. But again, in the confines of the regulatory workshop that we're in, that unfortunately is not something that we can address right now. Ms. Williams, did you have comments?
Yes, I did. Regarding the fleeing voter, there is someone who sits there, and when that light is on, it flags them that the person did not complete their voting. That person is supposed to stop that individual, and sometimes they don't do it. That's one of the problems that does exist that I have witnessed. And then if you have a long line and it's busy, sometimes it's missed and they're confused as who was actually there because you don't have names of who was voting, so you can't say, well, this was so-and-so's name. The only thing you can do is maybe they can check at the end of the closing whether or not that individual voted, but you can't find the name during the time the poll is open. So those are the issues as far as fleeing voters goes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. And it is something that, again, across the state, election officials continue to grapple with and frankly continue to discuss to try to identify ways to improve upon that whole process. But thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else with a desire to provide public comment on proposed regulation R097-21? Okay, at this time, then I will close public comment on draft or proposed regulation R097-21. And we'll open the workshop on R098-21. Okay, proposed regulation LCB file number R098-21. Existing regulations authorize any person to observe the conduct of voting at a polling place in an area designated by the chair of the election board. The designated area must allow for meaningful observation, but must not be located in an area that would allow an observer to infringe on the privacy and confidentiality of the ballot of the voter. This regulation, 1, clarifies the term polling place includes a polling place for early voting and a vote center, and 2, defines the term meaningful observation. This regulation also authorizes the county or city clerk to limit the number of persons observing the conduct of voting at a polling place for reasons of public safety or to preserve voter privacy or maintain order. At this time, I will open public comment regarding proposed regulation R098-21. If you have interest in providing comment, please go ahead and raise your hand or indicate otherwise in Zoom. Ms. Williams, please. Ms. Williams, do you have a public comment that you'd like to make in regards to this proposed regulation?
I had to unmute myself. Okay, now this is pertaining to the observers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's supposed to be an observer from each political party, one from each political party as a representative of the party to observe what is going on. And that's the way it has been done. A lot of times there are not people from each party. There's a lot of times I have seen just from the Democratic Party, which is very disappointing to me to see just that one party there. Some of those people from the Democratic Party have been very aggressive and bullying towards some of the voters. That I have witnessed. In fact, our the head of the election department actually had to throw somebody off the voting site because of voters complaining about the aggressiveness of this particular individual towards voters. If we need to have one from every party there and not just from one party, that is the issue that I do not like.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. I will certainly keep it in consideration. Ms. Thomas? Ms. Thomas, do you have public comment?
Thank you. On your item 3A, to limit the number of persons in the polling place. Hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted, but I didn't. But anyway, I'm sorry. Item 3A, limit the number of persons in the polling place. I think you need to put the word equitably, limit the number of persons in the polling place equitably who are observing the conduct voting pursuant. I know in Washoe County, we actually had a reservation list, for 3 seats, and one for reserved for the Republicans, one for the Democrats, and one for other. And we limited those seats by the hour, so they would have to rotate out if somebody else was waiting. But basically, we had a piece of paper that the observers can come in and sign up, whatever hour they wanted to come in and observe. If there was nobody on the list to come and replace them, then they were welcome to continue on staying. But just so the polling place managers didn't have to babysit these observers to play nice in the sandbox, we made that reservation list. So that's just a suggestion for others who might be dealing with that conflict of having to decide who gets to stay and who doesn't get to stay. And also you don't want these distractions away from your duties into ensuring your voters get their votes cast. If you're distracted having to diffuse squabbles in between observers, you don't get to do what your main priority is they're helping voters cast their ballots.
Thank you for the comments, Ms. Thomas. And I think you hit the nail right on the head. This discussion has gone on for an extensive period of time. Again, not only between the county clerks and the folks here at the state, but also with my counterparts across the country. Meaningful observation, exactly like you said. Ideally, the clerks could focus on their statutory responsibilities to support the needs of their electorate. Exactly like you said, helping them and making sure that things are moving in the right direction so they can vote safely and securely. There's also, again, an important balance where we want transparency. We want folks to be able to observe the process in a meaningful way. Without it, again, getting to the point where either individuals' privacy is being violated, or again, individual observers are possibly violating the requirements identified in the statutes and regulations. So it is a balance, and you highlight some great points. I do appreciate that, appreciate your time, and we'll take that into consideration. Mr. Watson, please.
For the record, my name is Alex Watson. I'm the RNC's Election Integrity Director for Nevada. The RNC has been closely monitoring the changes in election law and regulations across the country and has specific interest in ensuring that administrative rulemaking is consistent with state law and that all state elections are fair, equal, and maintain adequate safeguards, including in Nevada. As such, we do have concerns with several areas of RO 98-21P, the first being Section 1, Subsection 3. Our concern is that this is vague language that leaves tremendous power to the interpretation and discretion to the county or city clerks, who could cite a number of things as reasons to exclude certain individuals or even all of the representatives for an entire political party based on their subjective interpretation of public safety, voter privacy, or an effort to, quote, maintain order. Our proposal, given the arbitrary language and discretionary nature of this subsection, it should be admitted entirely. Additionally, Section 1, Subsection 9B, our concern is that this proposed language, once again, is ambiguous, notably the term that allows for the identification of voters who appear at a polling place to vote Does this identification include a person to observe the signature matching process? Currently, Nevada's only safeguard on voting is signature verification processes. It is essential that our observers have the ability to ensure this process is conducted in accordance with state law. Moreover, signatures are public records, and we have a right to view them. We propose for this subsection specifically include the signature verification process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Mr. Graffenreid, please.
Hello, my name is Jim DeGraffenreid. I am Nevada's Republican National Committee man. Meaningful observation is one of the keystones of a clean, fair, and transparent election process. We're concerned that this regulation is too vague, and on that subject, we have submitted numerous written comments to your office on this regulation. In 2020, Republican observers at polling places and the ballot counting facilities were repeatedly excluded from observation of ballot handling, ballot processing, and ballot adjudication. As we've testified previously, the best meaningful observation comes from audio-video surveillance systems as used in Washoe County that allow all members of the public to observe the process. Foundation of American government is that the government is accountable to the people, not unelected bureaucrats, which is why we participate in elections and engage in the political process to begin with. In this regulation, for example, section 1.2A4 is overly vague. Part of what our observers saw in 2020, especially in Clark County, was behavior that violated NRS and expectations around a secret ballot. An essential function of a poll watcher is oversight to ensure that the laws of Nevada are followed. We would recommend eliminating the language in 1.2A4 entirely for that reason. It's important that these regulations be very specific. Our legislature has passed laws that weaken the security of our elections. We cannot trust them or a partisan clerk in our largest county to protect the integrity of our elections. These regulations are our last line of defense, and they must be very precise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. DeGraffenreid. We'll take into consideration. And I appreciate the written comments as well, and I'm taking note of those. Ms. White, please.
Thank you. I'm going to repeat, I guess, some that somebody else said. You know, the COVID emergency, where many of our rights have been restricted unconstitutionally. I can see the same kind of emergency happening that would limit observers. It should not be limited. It just shouldn't. I mean, if it's an open, transparent election, why would you want to make it possible to keep people out? And then the second thing is, I heard somebody say that signatures are public information. So someplace in here, it says you can observe, but not if it's going to let you see personal information. And so a signature is not personal. If I'm believing the previous speaker to be accurate. And then as far as listening to conversation between election workers or election workers and the voters, I mean, if you say that's secret and somebody can't hear it, that's not transparent either. So that would just seem to be a regulation that's moving toward decreasing transparency. I don't understand what could be spoken that would be so private that observers shouldn't be able to hear it. And the conversation between election workers themselves, I mean, that's where we're viewing the process. Why would you say, well, you can see, but you can't hear? I mean, that's limiting. If full transparency is the goal, then you shouldn't even have that kind of language in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Just to address that real quick, again, for clarity's sake, two parts. One, when you do signature verification process, again, it goes back to the, your voter registration and as it's captured, has all of your information in it. Again, from signatures, if you have previous voter registration documents in that same county over previous years, those multiple documents will be there as well, so that if there's a question between the signature and the signature, they're able to look at other documents that you've submitted over the years to see if your signature, if the handwriting matches, then that's part of the process. That screen possesses more than just your signatures then. It's got other information that again, nowadays especially, could be used to possibly exploit your identity, which is part of the reason why it's really not just the signature to the signature. I agree that would not justify it. And then the wording of the statute, or I'm sorry, the regulation rather, just to be clear, it doesn't say that you're not allowed to listen. I do want to clarify that as well, because there were some folks that provided written comments on that as well. It simply says that it doesn't include listening. The idea being that you absolutely will be able to hear what's going on. Really, again, depending on where you're at, the locations to observe, again, as defined by the different counties and the locations, are going to allow you to hear what's going on. But it doesn't require, meaningful observation doesn't include being able to listen to any conversation. The idea being that if you're in a location, you're watching, you're listening, no problems, you're able to observe the processes as identified again in the statutes and regulations. But if somebody says, way over there, I can't hear what he's saying, I want to walk over there and stand next to him to listen to that conversation, that's simply not a requirement as defined by this definition. So again, can you listen? Absolutely. Will it be possible? Certainly. There's no expectation that people will get earmuffs or anything, or be denied or put into some sort of soundproof bubble. That's not at all the case. This is strictly just to say, yep, you will be part of the process, but don't try to justify seeing or hearing a certain discussion that isn't necessarily where you're located. Just to clarify the intent anyway.
Thank you for that. But also part of that is if you're far enough away, if they make observers be 30 feet away, they're not going to have the ability to hear or see everything. And then just a suggestion, maybe as far as the screen signature adjudication, if you're saying that there's other private information on there that should not be able to be viewed by observers, can't you just make a screen where the signatures are visible? And then last, you offered previously to have maybe a tour or a meeting or conversation to see the process. And I would love to do that. And if I could have contact information for you so that we could arrange one of those, that would be great. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I appreciate the clarity. Those are all, again, excellent ideas that we are taking into consideration. The status quo in elections is apparently that there's change. We want to make sure that our elections here in Nevada, again, I love the other 49 states, but focused here, again, within the confines of the statutes are done as safely and securely as possible. So I will, again, take those into consideration. I'm going to put the email. If you send an email to NV-elect, some of you may have already done so, at sos.nv.gov. If you send an email there, it will get to me. And if you're asking for a tour or to, again, at least one of you has volunteered your pro bono services, maybe not at the state level, but we'll see. Again, if there's other opportunities, I will absolutely put you in contact with the individuals who need assistance in facilitating our state elections. Your county election officials need assistance and poll workers. January 25th is National Poll Worker Recruitment Day. Quick pitch for that. And certainly those of you that have been willing to be involved today, again, that speaks highly to your dedication to this process. And I encourage you to be involved. But certainly if you're interested in me facilitating a tour, a guided discussion about what the machines do, the numerous audits that we conduct, please send an email there and we will get back to you about that to the best of our ability. Let's see who we're...
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Williams, have you?
Yeah, I want to interject that the observers do not take an oath at the time we're opening up the election site. The poll workers do take an oath to maintain the integrity of voting. There are voters that do not want observers near them. So therefore, they do have a right to say, I don't want that person near me or listening on my conversation. There's no way that one can take and hide certain information on those computers when you're registering a voter to vote. Therefore, this is why the observers are placed on the side so they can observe, which is what the word means, to what is going on, and not interact with the voter. That, number one, that is illegal. They're not supposed to interact with the voter at all. They're observers, and that is what they're supposed to do, observe.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Mr. DeGraffenry, do you have comments?
No, I'm sorry, my hand was raised accidentally. I think Mr. Hindle does though.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Hindle, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vlash. And again, Jim Hindle, Vice Chair of the Nevada Republican Party. At the risk of being a little redundant to some of the comments here, I want to emphasize that on our past experiences, it is very important, and we feel it is specifically needed to be revised, the language that makes sure that our registrars in our two largest counties allow for meaningful observation. I can't emphasize enough that in the past, we have been marginalized from that activity. Section 1.5 of the proposed regulation of 098-21P, again, potentially restricts the right of citizens to oversee the election process. And I agree with Ms. Williams. Observers are to observe, they aren't to interact, but they are supposed to be able to verify that the process and procedures of the polling place are being done per the law and per the regulation. So we recommend changing the language from designated area, which in Clark County in the past election was 40 feet away and therefore had very limited meaningful observation, to the language that says to remain in the polling place. Observation without the ability to observe is the entirety of the process, including signature verification. So there needs to be some revision of the system there. But not being able to observe meaningfully is then, just meaningless. The regulation is important to empower voters of all beliefs and convictions so that they can observe the election process and oversee the government officials. So finally, in section 1.9B, the ability to view signature verification being conducted by poll workers is an essential function for verifying the integrity of the election. In section 1.9B.2, this proposed regulation would attempt to ban engaged citizens from listening to the conversations. And I understand what you were saying and some of the comments previously, but again, we have to make sure that if it is the business of the polling place, that the observers are able to observe, and that includes listening to the conversations that are taking place between public officials. So any conversation by a public official operating as part of their official capacity or related to their job duties in the polling place should be open for voters and observers to hear, and therefore be part of the record of that polling place. Government workers and citizens, government works for the citizens, not the other way around. So we recommend that section 1.9B.2 be removed entirely. And I want to emphasize that the process here is very difficult. I understand, and the work that that your group has done, Mr. Vlashin, is commended. But the language in these regulations is very important because no matter the integrity of the individuals with which we have personal relationships, there is no trust. There is only verification. And so the language must ensure that verification is there, that transparency is ensured, and that we are able to observe meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Mr. Beatles.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So you know that I emailed in about, 15 bullet points or paragraphs of information just on this one regulation here. But, just to comment on, I guess, ask you a question. You had said that we have, I guess, what is it, state poll recruitment day, poll worker recruitment day on January 25th. Last election in 2020, we had so many people that signed up to be poll workers, and literally hundreds of people have told me that they weren't allowed to become poll workers. In Washoe County, we had the ACLU. People were bussed in from San Francisco wearing their BLM shirts and their purple hair and their dresses. And these are men, mind you. They're the ones that were working. So how do we assure these people that them taking the time to fill out this poll worker application are even going to get a chance to be a poll worker when we saw last time they weren't and the ACLU took their place? Then also with this entire regulation that you guys are talking about here, this just seems ripe for them to scream Rona, right? If they scream, Rona, then the observers aren't going to be able to observe. Like last time, they kept our people like 30 feet back, the people that were even, allowed to be workers or watchers. But there's state law out there that says that they can peek over the shoulder and then quickly go back, but they weren't allowed to do that. So I don't see anything in here where it says that in times of, I guess, a bioflu or something like that, that we're not going to lose all of our rights to observe the voting process. How do we know that the poll managers, workers, observers are going to be able to inspect the signature, going to be able to inspect the ballot? How do we know that they're going to be able to peek over the shoulder briefly, ensure that it's legitimate, and then go back? So those are things that I've got questions for, and all I see is the opposite of transparency in this regulation. It looks like they could just scream affected, and then we lose all of our voting rights in this one section right here.
Thank you, Mr. Beatles. One comment, again, the word affected actually, it stuck out is reminding me. So Assembly Bill 4 from the previous special session in 2020, that all the text from that has been repealed effective January 1st of 22. And the idea of an affected election under the statutes no longer applies. But I understand your concern and appreciate your comments. We'll certainly take it into consideration.
Yes, sir. You just reword it any way you want, and it's essentially the same thing. And that's what this does.
Is there anybody else interested in providing public comment on proposed regulation R9098-21? Okay.
I would like to speak.
Oh, please. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Susan Van Ness.
I'm sorry, can you state your name?
My name is Susan Van Ness. My name is Susan Van Ness, and I'm in Washoe County. I want to follow up on what Mr. Beadle said. I was one of those people who could not get in, and I applied many times to be a poll worker. When I went down to vote, I was intimidated by a man in a dress. Took a picture of him, found out he was from Washington. Several of us tried to be poll workers in 2020, and we could not. The other thing I want to ask you is, you said in a previous comment that your colleagues from across the country have been advising you. Where are those colleagues?
Yes, ma'am. I can. Is that the end of your comments? I will certainly address that, though. So
well, I want to ask you, are those colleagues from other states?
So again, advising, discussing, the election officials that are I'm the Deputy Secretary of State for Elections in Nevada. I have routine calls with the Deputy Secretary of State for Elections in other states. Yes, ma'am. Again, across the country.
Okay.
All of us are in nonpartisan.
So you can get advice.
I'm sorry?
So you can get advice from people in other states, but we can't look at other states of how their elections go.
No, not at all. That's very much not the case. Again, right? So one, just again, I don't. Yeah,
right.
I don't get to make the laws, right?
I think that
enforce Title 24.
I think that Mr. Beadle was bringing up the comment of how other states are run is valid to this conversation. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your comments. Are there any other public comments, requests for public comment in regards to proposed regulation R098-21? Ms. White? Nope. Yes, Ms. White?
Yes. I just heard something where she said, and I guess I missed that, I wasn't on yet, where you received input from secretaries of state from other states. That's what I was talking about when I asked a previous question about what external entities or organizations have had input on the language that you're proposing. So if you had gotten or had conversations with the California Secretary of State Elections Division, that would absolutely, in my opinion, ruin us, because if we're copying everything that California has done, we're only moving to no transparency and completely ineffective election laws and regulations. It's taking away the vote of the people. So yeah, that's troublesome to me. California, Washington, New York, yes. Have you had conversations with any of those state secretaries of state's office?
Absolutely. Did they impact the development of these regulations? No. Does that answer your question?
Well, it does, but I mean, I'm not accusing you of lying, but any input from any of those states would be highly suspect in my opinion. So, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll again provide a little more clarity on an example of where we've had some of these discussions. State of Oregon, for example, does vote by mail. Is their electorate very different from us? Absolutely. Are there things that are excellent for the Oregonian electorate that are not good for Nevada? Absolutely. Did I ask them, how did you guys go about the process? What are some issues? What are some problems that you had in Oregon when you first implemented that we should be aware of so that we're not repeating the same mistakes? So that the next time I call a colleague and say, hey, I heard this happen. Is that right? And they go, oh yeah, I should have told you, by the way, watch out for that. Like those sorts of things. A very tangible example. We've heard and have been open to suggestions about ballot boxes being exposed to arson. This is something that a couple of states have identified as being a problem. I don't want to risk your ballot that ends up in a ballot box to be destroyed by arson. So there are some tools that you can look at in regards to preventing arson inside a ballot box. So it's things like that, just like you're saying, and just like I think a lot of folks, again, nowadays, we do look across the country. But I also, again, recognize that one, I'm guided by Title 24, the Nevada revised statutes, not another state's revised statutes. So I am open to ideas, certainly, but I recognize that there are things that are absolutely legal in our state that are illegal elsewhere and vice versa. So I listen, take consideration, might discuss some things with the secretary if she hears an idea or if I hear an idea. But again, right, at the end of the day, we're confined by our state laws. These regulations don't change statutes at all. They simply provide additional guidance and supplement those laws. There's a public process that involves legislators before they're approved, right? This is all very deliberate part of the process, is to make sure that we're not trying to sneak in something, past the goalie here. Like the goal is to continue to have secure elections, but not to do it in a manner that is haphazard or that we're figuring out for the first time on our own.
I get that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Hanson, please.
I'm just curious, why aren't observers required to be registered voters in the state of Nevada?
Well, Mr. Hanson, part of that goes back to the fact that there's a lot of folks that aren't registered voters that want to observe. In some cases, they're individuals from out of state. In some cases, they're individuals who are too young to be a registered voter. But again, the intent, as clarified in the statutes, is that we want public transparency. We have, again, at latest count, 1.83 million registered voters. We have 3.3 million, roughly, citizens. The process is available to all of them to observe.
So still, why isn't it restricted to citizens or voters in Nevada instead of allowing people from other states to interfere with the Nevada process?
Excellent question, sir. This regulation will begin to touch on that concern today. I'm sorry. Okay, at this time, is there anybody else that has public comment regarding proposed regulation R098-21? Okay, if not, then I will close public comment on R098-21. And we are on agenda item number 28, public matters on matters other than previously listed LCD file numbers. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. Is anyone interested in providing public comment about a matter not on the agenda? If so, please identify yourself and be sure to spell your name or say your name for the record. Ms. White, yes, ma'am.
I would just like to request that we move completely to decertify all the electronic voting machines. They're 100% untrustworthy. The public doesn't trust them. They're not transparent. We can't see what's really going on because of Dominion won't let us know what's inside of them. I don't understand from the beginning how they even have been certified for any of the years since their implementation. As my understanding is that the verification of the software, et cetera, was flawed and not as it was intended to be. Get rid of them. We need to go to paper ballots. We need to go to paper ballots that have verifiable authenticity marks on them. And we need to go to precinct counting, decentralize the entire election process. Anything having to do with these machines is just a waste of time. It's folly and nothing like a fair election. But thank you for your meeting, and I'm appreciative of the opportunity to make comments.
Thank you, ma'am. My pleasure. Mr. Hanson, yes, please. Mr. Hanson, do you have a public comment not related to the agenda? Mr. Beatles, do you have public comment?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So, I mean, it's been pretty clear, and just for the record, Robert Beatles, Election Integrity Chair, GOP Central Committee, Washoe County, Precinct Captain 5030. So, I mean, you've heard everybody speak here, and it's concerning that we don't know what's going to happen with all these comments, but the common theme so far is, you'll look into it, but that doesn't mean that you're going to do anything about it. And the people that from the very beginning, the people that have been appointed to do this, again, I don't believe it's within their power, nor do the attorneys. So all this is just kind of, it's concerning. I mean, we're number 50, right, in the election integrity according to Heritage Foundation, number 50. So obviously everything that we're doing here in Nevada isn't working. If you simply just get to the basics of it, you can't audit the source code of these machines, and you can't audit the paper ballots. Right there tells every citizen in Nevada we have a sham of an election system. And all these fancy words and all these new regulations that you're putting out there just convolutes it more. It just adds more complexity to everything. And maybe that's by design. Us as citizens, we don't want to believe that our election system is a fraud, but from everything that we've seen, it is. And there needs to be, I mean, if you just get rid of the machines, you go to paper ballots. If you just go to operationsunlight.com and you look at the petition that we created for the state of Nevada, that we created for Washoe County, it tells you guys exactly how to fix the election system. I don't know why you don't want to. It's going to save you about 90% of the money, and it's going to give the public almost 100% certainty that their vote counts. So all these hearings, I mean, it's not going to help us. It's only going to get things worse. And I think in your heart, you know that too, Mark, and you swore, an oath to the Constitution as a Marine, as well as acting for the Secretary of State. And all I ask is you do what's right for this state. Look at the petition. It solves everything, and it's going to save Nevada 90% of the money. And at the same time, it's going to restore the faith in the vote, because it'll be too hard to cheat. And from everything I see, everything that they're doing here is just making it easier and easier to cheat. And so anyways, that's all I got to say. Let's fix this.
Thank you, Mr. Beatles. Appreciate your time and your comments. Ms. Thomas, please.
Thank you again. I would just like to request that a regulation be made for the procedure to verify citizenship as is defined in Title 52 of the United States Code and our NRS 293.485, that a person registering to vote must be a citizen, and along with all the other information on that application that is verified, citizenship needs to be verified as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Appreciate your time and comments as well. Ms. Williams, yes, please.
Yeah, I have a couple of things that I wanted to bring out. I am totally against, and I'm sure all of us are against this motor, when they go to the motor vehicle for registrations to register to vote. It's a waste of time, and it's fraud. A lot of times it's not even recorded. People come in to vote, oh, I registered with the motor vehicle. The paperwork is not even submitted. There's no way to prove that they're actually citizens. The people who solicit people in the street to vote, that's a big scam also. They change people's parties. I had one voter who came in and said, well, I registered to someone in the street, but I didn't sign up to be that particular, I didn't sign for that party. Also, day of registration, or the day of, that is also a scam. That needs to be a separate entry altogether. This someone came in and they were someone in their late 30s, had never voted before. She had to pull up her phone to see what party she was supposed to register for. These are all frauds that are existing that need to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Appreciate your time today and your comments. Is there any other public comment not related to an item that was on the agenda previously? Okay, seeing, and again, just to clarify, Ms. Thomas, you have a comment again, or Ms. Lee? Yes, please.
I've said this, Mr. Balashin, is there a way to have a regulation or at least some kind of a letter that allows citizens to put on loose ballots, send back to return to sender? There needs to be something in writing to allow citizens to do that without fear that they'll be violating some federal regulation or some federal law with respect to the U.S. Postal Service. I think that's incredibly important. There has to be some guidance where there are loose ballots or, ballots where people have already moved. And so I'd like to encourage the Secretary of State's office to please put that in writing to empower all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. And just for everyone's awareness, what she's touching on is something that's currently in place, but she's absolutely right, is not codified in the regulations. If you receive a ballot or any official elections mail for that matter at your location for a previous resident, but what you may have seen or heard people do, tear it up, throw it in the shredder, that actually, it kind of prevents the process from occurring as is defined by the federal and state laws relating to it. But if you write return to sender, not at this address, on that official election mail and put it back into the post or the mailbox, goes back to the county clerk and it starts a clock. Again, 3 days for delivery, 30 days for the voter to take action, but they'll send a postcard out. And if that comes back without any, without the voter reaching them, then that individual is inactivated, which is an extremely important part of our state, again, the statewide voter registration list maintenance process that a lot of folks just don't realize that they have a role in. So appreciate your comments, Ms. Lee. Thank you for your time today. Is there anybody else that has comments not related to an item on the agenda? Okay, perfect. Please note that the Secretary of State may propose additional amendments following consideration of today's testimony and any further written comment from the public. To ensure that you receive a copy of the amendments in advance of the adoption hearing, I would encourage you to sign up for e-notify through the Secretary of State website, which I provided in the chat earlier, but it is mdsos.gov. If you have any problems, please contact our elections division at 775-684-5705. Otherwise, again, that concludes our time today. At this point, the workshop is closed. Thank you all for your time and attention. I truly do appreciate it and your dedication to again, having a voice in this process. Thank you, and possibly see you tomorrow.